Oh, oh, oh. Apologies, everyone. Apologies. Oh gods. Oh gods. Oh gods. The meal I had today was so much more spicy than I expected. Oh boy. Let's see. Do you hear the music? I think the music's on, right? Oh, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. Okay, let's get to the introductions, shall we? Let's see. Obviously, we got to do this first. Introducing from Damansara Uptown, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Even though by right it should be Petaling Jaya, but for the foreign audiences, maybe Kuala Lumpur is more familiar to you folks. We're in at 349, actually 13 slides. It's about like 15 slides for tonight. Here's your fellow uptown lowlife, Cornelius. How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Apologies for the delay, folks. Legitimately, I had to go to the loo a little bit. Let's see. Welcome, Nick. Welcome, Katie. Welcome, guys. Okay. Let me copy it first. So how is everyone doing? I'm doing fine. I'm doing well. My goodness. Basically, you would not expect something so incredibly spicy from a vegetarian restaurant, but that's exactly what happened to me. It's like if I were to, this might I'm not sure if you guys know what la zi is. It's like basically means chili chicken, essentially. And what it basically is that it's basically there's more chili than there's chicken, and I kind of had like the vegetarian version of that, which is all to say that, oh goodness, there was more chili than there were mushrooms. Let me tell you. Whew. It's legitimately one of the spiciest things I've had in a long while. It was tasty though. I regularly take that dish whenever I'm going to that particular cafe. I'm thinking Kazuki there. But I digress. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who I am, my name is Cornelius Low, professional wrestler turned butler. Yes, indeed. And a lot of you guys know me as a professional wrestler. If you don't believe that I do professional wrestling, then what's this? Oh, I just realized that's behind me. This should be above me. Let me just put this somewhere over here should be fine. Ha! Oh, look at this. Yeah, that was a little while ago. I used to like show that footage of me all the time. So, as the title of the stream might suggest, tonight I'm going to be introducing professional wrestling to you guys. Perhaps some of you are not familiar with pro wrestling, and perhaps some of you are. And tonight is going to be a bit of a crash course into this craft that I have delved in for more than 5 years, actually. Technically more, but I'm referring to my time specifically as a professional wrestler. So to those who have been watching, long-time wrestling fans, a lot of this is going to be all hat news to you. But maybe there'll be something that might surprise you as well. The beans have been spilled. Ethan Dylas, welcome. Ethan here, or Dylas. Dylas is a fellow VTuber and a friend. I believe he is a mercenary VTuber sometimes. He and I both have a great love of writing. I remember he and I wrote something on his channel that was surprisingly... No, it wasn't wholesome. It was not wholesome. I think it's one of the more twisted things that was written on his channel. Absolutely. Do you still have that document, Dylas, by any chances? Okay. Let me just check a few things first before we begin. Okay. Well, first of all, how's the audio? How's the audio? How's the music? Hello, I've come to learn about the pro wrestling world. Really, really? I thought you. Actually, I thought you know a good bit about it already. But there's definitely some things in this stream that I think you might be surprised by. Oh no, that wasn't wholesome at all. Absolutely. I agree. 100%. In some ways, it's in the drain. Oh, yes, down the gutters, down the pits, down into the sanitation tanks, down into the waste plants. Even a nuclear fallout would think that what we wrote was a bit much. Audio is good, excellent. Music is a bit soft, is it now? Okay. Could always bump it up a little bit. Yes, this music is made by my good friend Taka Kazuki. Okay. Oh, and just remember, folks. Please do read and follow my rules before interacting in my streams. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. Here and then do this. Aha! There we go. Okay, chat is up there. Slides are over here. You can even see my my latest dono and sub count over here. Ooh, 245. Thank you for the subs, everyone. Let's see. Let me just check something super quickly. Oh, this should be up here. Let me just do a little bit of adjusting, folks. Don't worry, I will begin this very soon. Okay, I need to get one particular tab up first. How are you guys? Are you guys ready to learn a little bit about this craft that I'm into? I thought I'd do this actually, just because a lot of folks are not familiar with pro wrestling, or they have a lot of misconceptions about it. Especially if you're like me, a very casual video, or if you don't know anything about it at all, and that's what I'm here for. I see myself as an ambassador for professional wrestling in the VTubing world, so I figured, I can maybe do a little bit of education about this. Now let me just check a couple more things, and okay. All right, okay. Let us begin, folks. Let us begin. Okay, first up. This is a slide that you guys have seen before if you've ever been to my debut stream, which you should. I believe there is a link to it in my descriptions down below. Yes, I do. Yes, it is here. Oh, and just a little FYI, if you wish to send in your marshmallows to my so ask very specific pro wrestling related questions, you are free to do so still. And the marshmallow link is in the link down below. In fact, I'm gonna make it easy for you guys and just link it right now on chat. Oopsie. One second. I thought I did this already. Okay. Let me just do this first. So tell me, chat, are you guys very familiar with professional wrestling? Let's see. There we go. All right. Okay. I've done my slight adjustments, and now we shall begin. Okay. So this is the definition of professional wrestling. The mean made-headed cousin of musical theater, combat, theatrics, and athleticism. We all, I'm sure you guys have heard of other definitions before. This is the one I just feel is the most entertaining. Borderline hot take, but not really. Not really. I think the association with musical theater might be one that throws people off, but I feel the parallels are very apt. Both are very physical. Both are very unconventional. And both are a little bit on the wacky, even kitschy and campy side, actually. Right, let's see. I've heard of other definitions before, and they're all valid definitions. For instance, I've heard it basically. A really common one that I hear is that pro wrestling is a male soap opera. I mean, pro wrestling these days, especially these days, can be enjoyed by both male and female audiences. But I think these days, but it is absolutely a more macho-esque soap opera, most certainly. No. Okay. Now, how do you win in a pro wrestling match? How does one win in a pro wrestling match? There are many different ways to do it. First of all, pinfall. I'm sure you've seen it before. It's the one where you basically try to lay your body on the person. You maybe hook a leg or something of sort. There's oftentimes a pinfall technique to it. And you get to the 1, 2, 3. So it's wrestling, remember? The very basis of pro wrestling is wrestling. So you gotta wrestle. I forgot to mention something. I thought maybe I should mention this now. At the end of my presentation, I will be showcasing my first ever match, my first ever official professional wrestling match. I thought that would be a nice way to cap it off, just because that match is a pretty big significance to me. My first ever match, after all, and I will get into more reasons why as we go along, and maybe even analyze a little bit as to why it's a bit of a landmark moment for me personally. Hello, fellow chats. Hi, Cornelius. Happy streaming. Well, no, to me. Demong, welcome. Okay. Other ways are submission. Possibly my favorite way. Basically, submission refers to using techniques where you put them in a spot where they cannot escape. They're in a lot of pain, and they have no choice but to tap out. You hear that? That's tapping as opposed to some other sound. And then knockout. You basically if they're unconscious. And this can be achieved in a few ways. Usually with a punch to the head, kick to the head, heck, even a slam is possible as well. Yeah, even a submission can also cause a knockout. Like the pain is so unbearable that you basically fall to consciousness. It's possible. I have seen it, and they go to sleep, and then the referee will basically announce. Match is done. That's how it works. Okay, this is an interesting one. Disqualification. What do I mean by this? So, count to 5 for an object. Disqualification basically refers to when a wrestler in a match breaks the rules. Yes, there are rules in a pro wrestling match, folks. It's not just two meatheads trying to bash each other's head in. There are rules after all. I mean, there's a referee in a match, first and foremost. That should be a clue that there are rules to adhere to. So, things like the count to 5. Oh, I've seen that. Pretty nasty. Seen what? Specifically, Dilus. So, a count to 5 refers to... this is actually a very particular one that... a very particular rule in wrestling, in most wrestling matches, where, let's say, if a wrestler is in a submission hold and he gets to the ropes, and by right the opponent is supposed to release the hold, and the referee will count to 5 for it. And typically you almost always hear 1, 2, 3, 4, and the opponent will release it, because if it gets to a 5, that is a disqualification. You have held it too long. Yeah, so every wrestler is well aware of the 5 count rule. So they need to be careful not to get too in the heat of the moment, you know. Okay, for an object, this is a pretty obvious one. If it's a regular singles match or even a tag match, you use say a steel chair or something that wasn't sanctioned in the match against the opponent, referee sees it, you're out. You're out. Believe it was the knockout. Human body can take a lot of damage, and it's always a bit squeamish to see them struggling. Oh, absolutely. Knockouts can be brutal to look at. The body will stiffen. You will drop like timber. I have seen moments, matches, pro wrestling or even in other martial arts, where the body will convulse. It can be pretty devastating to look at. I've seen it before where someone took a spinning hook kick to the face. That man was convulsing on the ground after. It was such is life of a professional fighter. Indeed. No one says that this is not Monopoly. This is no board games, you know. Count out. This is an interesting one. So count out refers to when you're out of bounds, when you are out of the ring. So if someone is out of the ring and you get the 10 count or the 20 count, if that reaches a 10 or 20, you're out. So why did I say 20? I think most of you folks are familiar with 10 count. You hear the referee say that. So, you know, a typical scenario would be opponent will be thrown out of the ring. Two opponents will be wrestling out of the ring. Some big crazy thing happens, but they both have to get back into the ring. And if it reaches a 10 and one person is back in the ring, the other is not, the person out of the ring loses the match, basically, because they did not get back into within bounds, within the ring. Now, I mentioned 20. There are, believe it or not, some companies that actually employs a 20 count, which sounds insanely long. I'm referring, obviously, to New Japan Pro Wrestling, a very big pro wrestling company in Japan that employs 20 count, which is, I know, that sounds insanely long, but they make it work, actually. It's fascinating how that's a particularly different ruling. All this is very simple now, very basic, like I said. So, types of matches. We got all sorts here, folks. All sorts here. We have singles, we have tag team, we have triple threat, we have hardcore, we have royal rumble, we have cinematic, we have many more. That's part of the fun of professional wrestling. That because we're a show, after all, at the end of the day, we can kind of go nuts with the stipulations, actually. But I will argue that the ones that I mentioned here are some of the more generic ones, with the exception of maybe cinematic. And I place that here for good reason, and I'll get to that soon. But singles, it basically refers to one-on-one. This is the classic way to enjoy professional wrestling. It's the most common way. In many ways, it is the most important way, because how do you judge who is the top guy in a company? A singles match, one-on-one, nothing, no one else, nothing else. Classic rules, classic professional wrestling. Pro wrestling deserves more love. Absolutely, Elena Crystal. Welcome to the stream. Apologies. This is embarrassing of me. I forgot to ask. Would anyone like a drink? Would anyone like a drink? This is embarrassing of me. I need to remember that I'm also a butler now. I'm a butler I suppose a butler in training. Yeah, actually, that's why I actually legitimately I'm a butler in training. Would anyone like a drink? Do let me know. Elena, Dilus, Demong, Nick, and Katie. Do let me know. Whoever else is here, do let me know. Do you watch pro wrestling as well? And by any chances, Elena? Royal Rumble is one of my favorite matches of the year. Yes, indeed. I know one of my fellow professional wrestlers, his favorite stipulation is indeed the Royal Rumble. Though I'll say Royal Rumble is a WWE specific match. A common name is Battle Royale. Actually, there's actually a slight difference. I believe there's a slight difference. I might want to check up on this first. Because Royal Rumble refers to when wrestlers enter one by one, usually. They enter one by one. A Battle Royale, however, is where there's already everybody inside the ring. Yes. So Royal Rumble, you enter one by one, until everybody is eliminated except for one person, basically. Battle Royale is when there's everybody in it and everyone just, scrambles and tries to throw everyone out of the ring. And then there's only one person left. So slight difference there, slight difference. Now for battle royales and Royal Rumbles, usually you win by throwing someone out of the ring through the top rope, and the 2 feet must touch the ground. I have, however, seen a variation, very interesting variation where you can eliminate someone not just by throwing them out the top rope, but also via pinning them as well. Was it pin or something? Was it melee pins fall? I think via pinfall, if I'm not wrong. Actually, let me check. I'm referring obviously to Lucha Underground. Actually, I remember that is a very particular distinction for Lucha Underground. They call it something different. They call it Aztec Warfare. I do. I mainly watch WWE, AEW, Impact, and NGPW. Sometimes Starter. Wow, Elena, that is a lot. That is a lot. Wow. Yes. Okay, I just checked it. So for Aztec Warfare, yes, you do eliminate people via the over the top rule, but pinfall or submission is also permitted. Yes, Aztec Warfare, that is from Lucha Underground. You should check it out a little bit, Alina. It's not too well known, but it is basically a show that is more show than pro wrestling. Like, they emphasize the show part of a pro wrestling show than pro wrestling. So the storylines are a lot crazier. It's almost fantastical, actually. It's insane. Lucha Underground really actually changed up the game a lot. It's a pity that's no longer around, but at the time it was revolutionary. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Tag team. Tag team basically is 2v2. So it's a team of 2 wrestlers versus another team of 2 wrestlers. And this is considered a gimmick match, basically. So it's one with a stipulation. And this is one of my favorite matches to watch, actually, even though I'm not usually involved with it, sad to say. I didn't watch Lucha Underground, but would love to. You can check it out. I believe it's still available online in some ways. Hint, hint, wing, wing. Yeah. So some of your favorite stars of today in bigger companies, they came from Lucha Underground. So, like, for example, Rey Mysterio was in Lucha Underground before. Chavo Guerrero, Angelico. Who are some big folks that came from there? Oh man, so many. Some incredible wrestlers was there. And mind you, without saying too much, some that have also already changed names and masks. So tag team wrestling, it's the idea of and this is the, in many ways, the stipulation that really separates pro wrestling and like other combat sports. A team of 2v2 is just the storytelling for this can be incredible, and the amount of creativity doubles, because you're not just working with one other person, you are literally working with 3 other people as well. So things can get crazy. Double tag team finishers, 2 people fighting each other at the same time. The stories that you can tell. Oh man, tag team wrestling is such fun as well. It's its own unique world in a way. I'm glad that tag team wrestling is coming into more prominence these days. I want to see Johnny Mundo and Prince Puma. Yes. Johnny Mundo is now known as John Morrison in WWE, if I'm not wrong. Or Johnny Impact, Johnny something, Johnny... Oh god, Johnny's really like just really made a name for himself in just changing his name according to the company. And Prince Puma, he's doing well for himself. Very, very well for himself, actually. If you know, you know. Okay, triple threat. Basically, 1v1v1. For some reason, I'm into this. I am involved in a lot of triple threats. I don't know why. I am clearly more of a singles competitor. I'm a grappler for Pete's sakes. But I get involved in this a lot. Triple threat is chaotic. When there's 3 people, it just gets mad. And believe it or not, triple threats technically it follows hardcore rules. Actually, it follows hardcore rules. So it is possible to bring in a foreign object like a steel chair and whatnot into the match, but it's considered like in poor taste. Valkyrie, I know what you wrote, but I prefer not to not to read it out loud. I respect the mask. Let's put it that way. Hardcore matches. So basically, this is where things get grimy. This is where weapons are permitted. Where, in some ways, the rules are more lax. Things are a lot more brutal. So, you know. So technically, tables, ladders, chairs, sticks. What else? Batons, Singaporean canes, ladders. I already mentioned that. So a host of different things. Heck, you see this silver platter I'm holding? I can technically use it in a hardcore match. Triple threats are great. But it gets boring if it's a 1v1 and the other one's outside, rinse and repeat. I know what you're talking about. It really does depend on the formula. So here's the thing with triple threats. Because you are directly fighting, literally in some ways, 2 other people, 2 different teams. The chaos can be just immense. You know, it can be incredibly difficult to coordinate and win in a triple threat. Your chances of winning have literally gone down to 33%. You know. So sometimes a legit strategy is to throw the other person out and deal with it 1v1, at least for a little moment. It's a legit strategy and one that will be employed till the end of time. Now, have I seen some triple threats where all three are fighting each other consecutively at once? Yes. And that sounds bloody exhausting. Have I thrown someone out of the ring in order to deal with just one person at a time? Yes. On the pole, matches are boring. Change my mind. Ang Pao on the pole match. Ang Pao on a pole match. Huh? So Ang Pao on the pole match is where there is an Ang Pao on a pole in the corner of the ring. To win, you have to grab the Ang Pao. Yeah? It's fun. That was in Singapore, if I'm not wrong. And that is one of the many stipulations that I will not list out because there's so many. Okay, I've already talked a little bit about Royal Rumble, so we don't have to touch on that. Triple threat tag team is good, depending on the team that participate. i.e. Survivor Series 2002. Wow, there's something that you recall. The one that people talk about all the time, that they cite as one of the best triple threats ever, is the one between Samoa Joe, Christopher Daniels, and AJ Styles in TNA. You guys know what I'm talking about? Do you guys even know what TNA is? I remember TNA. For me, TNA was in many ways my introduction to wrestling outside of WWE when I was younger, because it was actually shown on Malaysian television, cable TV, in the 90s actually. So that was actually where I realized, oh, there's more wrestling outside of WWE and it can be incredible. Like, that match was one of the landmark matches of all time in wrestling history. Okay, cinematic matches. This is a fairly new term that's only existed for a few years actually. And what this is basically, they are basically matches that are filmed in a non-wrestling setting, and they are filmed in a more cinematic sense. So they can be done within a match, within a wrestling ring, but it more often than not will ends up going somewhere else. Usually in the dirty back part of the alley. Undertaker had one where it was done in some barnyard. He buried AJ Styles, if I'm not wrong. And you more often than not, there's like a story involved where story is emphasized a little bit more, or maybe even like wacky things happening. So so then there is more emphasis on like the cinematography, the hijinks, and it can get pretty wild, and and more special effects can be involved in parts, so it can be pretty mad. It's not my first match I've seen in TNA, but it was still spectacular. Yes. So some of you know about TNA. Impressive. TNA Unbreakable 2005. I used to watch it then on Astro. Especially Star Sports. Yes! Star Sports. Indeed. I heard cinematic matches are different in LU. Would you please elaborate? I'm trying to recall. I wouldn't say that they are too different compared to like maybe stuff that WWE has done, or even in AEW. But I would say that in some ways a lot of they actually don't really do too much cinematic matches actually. Definitely a few, but not too many. It's just the fact that they actually employ a lot more I would actually say cut scenes actually. Yeah, I would say cut scenes in Lucha Underground. And sometimes the blurring between matches and non-wrestling scenes gets really blurred. So it will go from a regular wrestling match in 1 minute, and then the next minute they will take it to the back, and it will become a cinematic match as a result. As far as I'm aware of, Lucha Underground was the only one to really do this. And I obviously have to mention the fact that in some ways the innovator of the cinematic matches is actually Matt Hardy. Actually, the man really invented himself in the past several years. Really made a name for himself in Impact Wrestling and right now in AEW. And so he was the one that really brought cinematic matches to the forefront. In some ways, it's kind of crazy that actually there's such a new format to do wrestling matches now. It's actually pretty incredible, actually. Yeah. LU mostly uses cutscenes for pre and post match. Exactly. So that really gave it a very different feel, actually, to the show. So it gave it a very grungy, very grimy feel. Very interesting. It's a real pity that of what happened to Lucha Underground. I might actually, but I want to do a stream to talk about Lucha Underground because its impact, even though it wasn't a very big promotion, like its impact is felt to this day. Like it genuinely has influenced a lot of bigger wrestling promotions. Actually, kind of wild. I'm prattling on. I need to keep moving. Okay, the key people in professional wrestling. Now, I'm highlighting this just because obviously the most important people are the professional wrestlers themselves. But there are people behind the scenes or even on screen that absolutely do influence the match or the quality of the show. Obviously, we have the wrestlers, the talent themselves. I just realized that I'm looking gigantic right now. Here we are. Okay, so the wrestlers, clearly some of the most important parts. No wrestlers, no wrestling matches. Easy. Coaches, the people that actually train them. This one, it goes really unsung sometimes because newsflash, folks, you need coaches to train wrestlers. How do you think I began? So my coaches, I will argue, are Shaukat and Carlo Cannon currently. So Shaka is the father of pro wrestling in Malaysia, actually. So he's the one that taught me on the majority of the stuff. Ever since I'm more affiliated with MyPW, Carlo Cannon is now in some ways the de facto coach for Malaysia Pro Wrestling. He's an Australian pro wrestling veteran trained by Lance Storm himself. I'm glad cinematic matches happen. The more variety, the better. Valkyrie said, fans? Yes, very good, very good. You're actually correct. You are actually correct. Apologies, I actually didn't realize that, actually. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Apologies. I don't know why that escaped my mind, actually. Without fans, well, there would be no one to watch us pro wrestlers do our thing. Although sometimes I will admit, sometimes we are some self-flagellating fools where we'll just do matches just for ourselves. I'll be very honest with you. But you're right. Without the fans, there is no industry. You are correct. So, bookers. This term might not be familiar with guys, but I'm familiar with guys. Bookers basically refers to the people who actually organize the matches in the first place. So, they're the ones that choose who fights who in what way, when, on which part of the card. And they are also sometimes the people that select the talent actually to be involved in a show. So bookers is a really, really important one, actually. So now for owners is different from bookers, actually. Why is it different? Because they're the ones that actually own the company, but they aren't necessarily the bookers sometimes. If there's no fans, though, we can always go back to the Thunderdome. Exactly. So for instance, for example, I believe the owner of New Japan Pro Wrestling does not get involved with the booking. The booking is done by someone else, in fact. So usually, yes, indeed, the owners of the company get a say in the booking, but not always. Not always. Sometimes they will prefer to delegate this to someone else. And obviously, owners are pretty important as well. You know, no wrestling companies, no wrestlers, and no fans as a result. You know. Okay, now this is one I really, really want to highlight. The referees. A lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about the role that referees play in pro wrestling, and they are 100% absolutely necessary. I personally would not want to do a pro wrestling match without a referee. No, that is... Oh God, even saying that just sends shivers down my spines. Why? Because they are the middle ground between the talent, the wrestlers, and backstage. By backstage, I'm referring to the bookers, the organizers, the medics, the therapists, other pro wrestlers. So they are the ones that officiates the matches. They are the ones that look out for us in case if we, like, let's say if we get knocked out and the other wrestler wants to ends up keep going. They are the ones that will stop us. That will stop it. You know, absolutely. And they're also the ones that enforces the rules. And they're the ones that backstage, let's say they have an earpiece, they're the ones that communicate things to them too, just in case, or in case there's anything chaotic happening, you know. So they are so important to a match. I cannot emphasize this enough. Referees are important. The neutral parties also frail for comedic effect. I like to joke that I would love to thwack a referee in a match someday if I feel that it calls for it, but not always. We still need them. Maybe after a match if they piss me off, then sure. Fans are an integral part of the show. Have to gauge their reactions to pull their attention. Absolutely. So, but the art of gauging reactions in a match, that's tough. That is tough. I might want to talk. I might discuss about that in the future, but not now, because that's getting into like rather advanced territory. That's a little bit complex to elaborate right now. Like I said, this is intro to professional wrestling. I'm covering literally just the very, very fundamentals of it. So if you see a referee in a match, please show them respect. Okay, don't treat them like a lesser being. Before, during, and after a show, they do an important part in it, and usually they're like, in many ways, like the guys that keep on going the entire way. My friend, referee Zan, for instance, and referee Ryan from Singapore, sometimes they will be the only referees for the entire event. They have officiated like, I don't know what, 8 matches in a row, 15 matches in a row sometimes. It's crazy. Do managers categorize under wrestlers? No. No. And believe it or not, I am not putting managers in this for a reason, actually. I'm talking about people that are key. So you can, that's a bit of a hot take, yeah? That's a bit of a hot take that I just said. Not every wrestler, wrestlers typically don't need managers. They are in some ways almost count as an on-screen talent, which is a different thing. I'm talking. So the list that you see here are people that are absolutely integral. The one that I wish that I did add in actually in this are fans. Are the audience members. Absolutely, I should have added that in. I don't know why that didn't occur to me. I think it's because I was seeing it from a wrestler's perspective, or people who are involved in the production. I think that might be the reason why. Are managers technically kayfabe terms? No. Managers are the people. Well, obviously, it depends. It really depends. Managers are the people that, well, obviously manage the professional wrestlers, but they are more the behind-the-scenes stuff as opposed to the things that you see on screen. So sometimes some managers make themselves known on screen, but that really isn't on a special case. I feel that they're the mouthpiece for the wrestlers, and sometimes they are. That's the main thing when they are being on screen. Now, Elena here used a term that's very interesting. There's a reason why I'm not going to mention that term this entire stream, I think. Because that term is complex. Well, I will touch on it a little bit in a upcoming slide. You'll know which one. But yeah, so for the most part, they are mostly backstage folks. So maybe if, let's say there's a very talented wrestler, but he's not very good at talking about himself, then yes, a manager can absolutely represent him. It's sort of better these days, almost more recommended these days for pro wrestlers to be able to do promos for themselves, because yeah, if you want to make it in this business, you absolutely have to learn how to sell yourself. Okay, announcers and commentators. These are the people that basically announce. So I do a little bit of announcing every stream that I do, you know. So announcers are basically the ones that do this. So the announcers will do the spiel, you hear the bell, and off the match goes. And whilst the match is going on, the commentator will give some context to it, actually. Commentators are basically the guys that will basically almost narrate the match. You'll see this in like boxing matches, MMA matches, and pro wrestling is no different. Although I will argue that some of the most entertaining commentators in the world are going to be the pro wrestlers, because they get nutty, they get crazy. Sometimes they just go off on bizarre tangents. It's a lot of fun. However, I have seen pro wrestling events before where there's actually no commentators. Very interesting. So there are 2 times when you will not hear commentators. When a show, as in online, deliberately does not do commentary work at all. There's one, what was that name of that pro wrestling company in the UK that deliberately did not have any commentators at all? So that company filmed things in a very cinematic way. It's not cinematic matches, but it's just that the way that they filmed was very cinematic, and there was no commentary work at all. So it was just all. So you just focus on the wrestling as a result. What was that company called? Riptide Wrestling. Yes, I don't think they are running anymore, which is a real pity, because their matches look gorgeous. My God, it looks so gorgeous and atmospheric. Every wrestler is not as talkative as The Rock, but they should at least know how to break hype. Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. A pro wrestler that does not know how to promote himself is no pro wrestler at all. That's just that is just a fact of life. Learning how to sell yourself is part of the game. So yes, there are exceptions to this for sure. Oh man, there are some, and in fact, there are some commentators that are actually as famous as the wrestlers themselves. You know, Jim Ross, and then the guy from the guys from New Japan Pro Wrestling, and even Excalibur. It was great. I believe a 2-man commentary booth is the best. 3-man commentary is okay, but 4 or more commentators are overkill. To some extent, I do agree. 4 is definitely, it does feel overkill, and you almost have to play it very, very carefully. I have seen it done right before, where maybe there's like a special guest guy that will maybe just chime in from time to time. That's fine. I definitely do prefer 2-man for certain. 1 color and 1 play-by-play, and that usually is a nice little balance. 3-man can definitely work, but a careful balance has to be made. Okay, I apologize. I guess I'm speaking away from my microphone for a good bit. Let's see. I'll just bump up my volume a little bit. Okay. I think that should be a little bit better now. I think. Do let me know if I sound too soft, guys. Do let me know. Let's see. Okay. Apologies. Let me just check something very, very quickly. Okay. Alright, I think we can keep going. So yeah, that's about it for the key folks. Taz and Cole, best dual commentary for me. They are part of the great SmackDown era. Yeah, I definitely do agree. I definitely agree that this duo in particular is excellent. It's excellent. Though I must say, I really am enjoying Taz and Excalibur right now in AEW. Taz has been really, really impressive to me actually, because he was always very, very good. Don't get me wrong, but he really kept himself super, super relevant in the commentary world. For such a long time, and to see him be so active in AEW now is really, really impressive. Really, really impressive. There's some of my favorites. Is Taz legit my favorite commentator? There was one fellow who was in WWE for a while, and I think he's back to doing boxing stuff now. What was his name? He was so good because he was such a good hype man and was such an excellent storyteller as well. I forgot his name. I can't recall. Okay, let's keep on going, folks. Ooh. Silly me. You did not see that. As someone who grew during the Attitude, JR and Joey Lawler is the best commentary duo for me. We all agree to disagree. We all have our biases here and there. Absolutely. Mauro? Yes, that's the one. Mauro Ronaldo. Thank you for telling me, Elena. You're right on the money there. So. I have been asked this a lot. In fact, I was on a interview segment in BFM actually, which is a business-centric radio station in Malaysia, quite popular. Where the tagline was actually this: is pro wrestling fake? You know what my answer to that was? Do you know what my answer to that was? If pro wrestling was fake, Charlize Theron winning the Oscars is also fake. Pro wrestling is real. People are fake. Nah. People are real. If people aren't real, there aren't pro wrestlers or fans of pro wrestling, for the matter. So, I suppose I can address this somewhat truthfully. Pro wrestling is a show. Pro wrestling has more in common, arguably, with musical theater than combat sports. In fact, I remember a great thing that John Moxley said, actually, that he was in an interview segment with his wife, Renee Paquette, and he basically said something along the lines of, oh man, when mixed martial artists watch, mixed martial artists have a hard time, in general, watching pro wrestling because they can spot what's not real about it, because they dedicate their entire lives to to actually being able to actually fight, so they can spot the details here and there. Now, however, the layman usually they can't spot what's so-called scripted or fake or choreographed about it. It is our job as pro wrestlers to suck you into the match. So we are the ones that will actually basically tell you guys, hey, here's the middle finger to thinking this is fake. No, we're gonna absorb you into our world. No, through our strikes, through our punches, through our storytelling, and you will care about what we are doing via our bodies. So. No. Fake? No. Scripted? Yes. Basically. Although I will admit, sometimes this can be blurred. Has there been times where there are non-scripted things that happens in a match? Yeah. I was involved in something that was not scripted. I was hit for real in a match. I still don't get why some MMA fans don't like pro wrestling. Some anime people are genuine fans. Absolutely. A lot of anime fans obviously like pro wrestling because in some ways the technique that they use are, yes, similar. There is great skill transference in fact. And in fact, pro wrestling has been greatly influenced by MMA as of late. But that's the thing. They are both different. They are both very, very different things. I mean, MMA is actual fighting using multiple disciplines. Pro wrestling sometimes doesn't even look like a fight at all. There's literally one of the champions in AEW is literally a guy wearing denim jeans, and sometimes does fake kicks, and wears shades during a match. In fact, in the past, he was friends with what looked like a swamp monster. Yeah, a swamp monster. I remember there was a match in Japan that involved a gun. Like a pro wrestler was legitimately pointing a gun at other pro wrestlers. Then there's like the Halloween hardcore matches where people are throwing pies at each other, throwing pumpkins at each other. You think pro wrestling gets wild and wacky sometimes. And that's part of the fun. Now, a movie's fake. This for me is just like, in some ways, the easiest comparison, actually. It may not look like a fight, but it feels like it. Like a great movie climax. Yes. Oh. Here's a little bit of an insight. A bit of an insider thing. You think we don't have structure in a pro wrestling match? We do. Am I being coy about it and not telling you everything? Absolutely. Just newsflash, folks. Pro wrestlers like magicians have our secrets. There are things we like to reveal. There are things we do not. I employ the Penn and Teller philosophy behind this. What do I mean by that? Penn and Teller are a very famous magician duo. I think are still active in Las Vegas to this day. And their whole gimmick is that they basically reveal secrets of magicians to the audience. But they reveal the secrets that are interesting, that actually expand upon the magic trick. That's sort of what I'm doing. I'll tell you guys some neat little things, but there are certain things that are basically just outright boring for me to explain to you guys, and there are things that I do not want to explain to you guys. I'll let you guys in, but I'm the guide here. Let's be very clear here. But yeah, basically, this is basically like the easiest rebuttal basically for is pro wrestling fake? Are movies fake? Are movies fake? If you're saying movies are fake, are you saying the stunts aren't real? There are real stunt people doing all those crazy things and crazy choreographs and fight choreographs in a pro wrestling match. Well, if you think about it, a pro wrestler is an actor and a stunt actor at the same time. We are our own stunt people. You think we can hire people to do our stunts for us? No, we are on stunt people. In fact, I've actually seen pro wrestlers be involved in filmmaking before that do their own stunts. Yeah. I remember Shaukat filming something before, and he got some fellow pro wrestlers to do some pro wrestling there. Mm. Okay. Are you guys ready for the next slide? The next slide is the one that's freaky. Let me hit to the center here just to really rub it in. I actually wonder if I'll get in trouble for making this little statement in my presentation here. So why did I even write this in the first place? Well, I'm a VTuber, aren't I? Professional wrestler and a VTuber at the same time. And one of the reasons why I really enjoyed VTubing and really got into it, well, there are parallels, aren't there? There are parallels. There are amazing, fantastical characters. There is a sense of privacy, especially with masked wrestlers. And there's a crazy, wacky presentation, actually, that is unconventional. In some ways, professional wrestling is a very unconventional art form. So is VTubing in a way, you know. As long as you can sell your voice, then it's okay with me. Actually, believe it or not, I actually see that as I actually do agree with that. Before anything else, especially for VTubing, if you have a great looking model, great. If you have a great personality, even better. The first thing that people will feel out of you is your voice. You know? You could have the nicest BGM, your overlay looks great, but if they can't hear what you're saying, if they can't hear you properly, how are you going to communicate? I mean, yes, you could do like a texting thing, and I've seen that done before. But for the most part, your voice is the first thing. So yeah, for VTubers and even pro wrestlers, actually, training your voice to be able to communicate in a proper manner, in the proper context to your audience is one. It should by right be one of the fundamental things. I mean, that's kind of why last year My Holo TV organized a voice acting for VTubers workshop, because Papa Holo could recognize that your voice is in some ways your first and most important tool when VTubing. Kayfabe is very important. That's the main similarities between VTubing and pro wrestling. What's kayfabe? What's kayfabe? Now, do I think VTubing is fake? No. I actually really respect a lot of my fellow VTubers. You know, they are dragon gods. They are water fairies. They are. And you know, sometimes and of course a shocking number of cat girls. God, so many cat girls became VTubers. They want to put themselves in the online world. You know, they find solace in this place, and they feel that they can create a business out of it, and build a channel where they can relate to people virtually. I mean, that's kind of why I'm here, aren't I? So no. In some ways, no. it is both not real and yet so incredibly real at the same time. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. That's why that was there. I was wondering what was going on here. Okay. Okay. Let me get into less controversial stuff, don't I? And that is the current big promotions. I am highlighting current large professional wrestling promotion as opposed to the biggest ever, because that could be a little bit hard to quantify. In fact, we'll be here all day. That's a whole topic on its own. So I'm going to just touch this very, very briefly. So, WWE, AAA, All Elite Wrestling, New Japan Pro Wrestling, and CMLL. These are some of the largest professional wrestling companies in the world currently. So if you're looking to see some big large-scale professional wrestling, this is how you do it. There are smaller scale stuff, but I decided to just highlight the big ones because these are the ones that are the real movers and shakers. These are the ones that actually make an industry in the first place, where wrestlers can actually do this as a full-time thing. These are the places to do it as a full-time job, as opposed to, and I don't know how obvious this is to you guys, most pro wrestlers in the world do not do this as a full-time gig. I don't do this as a full-time gig. I call myself a semi-active professional wrestler in my debut stream for a reason. Because even before VTubing, it's not like there's pro wrestling in my country every week, every month even. It's so incredibly expensive, especially for an independent company to organize these things. So incredibly expensive. Poor impact. Sorry. Maybe in the past, I might have put TNA, but we're no longer in the 90s, sad to say. TNA might have been in this, maybe, but even at the largest, even at the biggest, they never got to the size of WWE or AEW, in fact. TNA used to be really big. I disagree. Big, yes. Really big? No. At the height, it got almost close to rivaling WWE somewhat, maybe. But even then, no. I mean, they were on TV, and they're still running to this day as in the form of Impact Wrestling. But no. Have they left their mark as a big part of American wrestling history? Absolutely. But we're not talking about underrated pro wrestling companies. We're talking about big ones, the current ones. Different ring psychology, different wrestling styles. I don't even want to get into that right now. That's just so complex. So complex. So, WWE. I don't even need to say much about this. They are the biggest, the most global. They're the ones that everyone knows. I mean, the fact is, I believe they're still the only company right now where if you go to a mamak restaurant, which is a common eatery in Malaysia, there's a high chance that you will see WWE actually. That's how a lot of people watch WWE. I remember it was a dream of Shaukat's actually for Malaysian pro wrestling to be shown on local television. I think that has somewhat happened before in the form of news segments. But yes, WWE is still the end all be all for a lot of folks. For them, pro wrestling is WWE. WWE is pro wrestling. I disagree with this, what I just said, but a lot of people definitely feel so. It's the most important place. I mean, put it this way, this is how big their reach is. They have done WWE tryouts in China before. In China. And some Southeast Asian wrestlers have actually legitimately traveled to China before. To China. To try out to be a pro wrestler. And one of them has succeeded. You might know his name. I know him as Trexas, but you may know him as Dante Chen in NXT. So a Singaporean wrestler is part of WWE. That's how big their reach is. WWE is like the UFC. They think pro wrestling is all WWE. I would actually argue that it's less what's the word? UFC has more of a monopoly in pro wrestling. No, UFC has more of a monopoly in the mixed martial arts industry as compared to WWE. WWE still holds a very much large market share in the global pro wrestling scene, but not completely. At least not anymore. I suppose that's a nice lead. A nice lead to get into AEW. Yes. Okay. So I don't know. Okay, you guys might need to help me clarify. You guys might want to actually tell me this. Has WCW ever been shown in Malaysia before? I'm actually not sure. About this. TNA, definitely. But WCW, I'm actually not sure about that. So, in the past, there were two big pro wrestling companies, WCW and WWE. WCW has dissolved. But AEW, in some ways, is the new WCW. This is the big one. Eman Osman is making big strides in the Australian pro wrestling scene. I believe he'll be much bigger in a long time. I still think Mick Moretti should have won that match. We're not talking about him. We're not talking about a small fry like him. We're talking about the big promotions right now, and maybe he'll get there. But right now we're talking about the big boys. I'm not Malaysian, so I'm not sure either. So you're not, Elena. Where are you from, if you do not mind me asking? Please do not feel obligated to tell if you're not. But as a Filipino, I think some old people know WCW. Oh, so WCW was shown in Philippines. You're gonna love my next slide, Elena. Just you wait. Yes, WCW was airing on Mega TV Malaysia in the 90s. Really? Oh, I actually had no idea. Interesting. Yeah, so yes, I was definitely more of a WWE lad when I was younger, for sure. So AEW, it's the new kid on the block, founded by Tony Khan and the Elite, which comprises of Nick and Matt Jackson and, of course, Kenny Omega. Such a crazy story about this. Long story short, a bunch of indie wrestlers and one son of a billionaire came together and actually made an actually large promotion. There have been other attempts by other people before to create the new hot thing in professional wrestling. For the most part, it's all failed. Or at least have become decently sized independent companies. But nothing to the extent like AEW. It really was everything coming into place together. Tony Khan wasn't just a son of a billionaire. He was a pro wrestling fanatic son of a billionaire. That man loves wrestling more than perhaps everyone watching this stream right now, including myself, actually. That man has gone through tapes. That man follows the scene super hard. So he knows it inside and out. So this was a bit of a childhood dream of his that he could make. So he wasn't just a guy with a lot of money and just decided to throw it and made it and see what happens. No, he sort of was the right guy to head it. And then we have obviously Nick and Matt Jackson, who in some ways innovated and revolutionized how to market yourself as a professional wrestler. And obviously Kenny Omega, one of the biggest pro wrestlers in the world outside of WWE at the time. Like, there is a high chance that if you knew of a wrestler outside of WWE, it would be Kenny Omega. God, his matches in JPW was were rocked the industry. If WCW was still around, I would probably be more of a fan of them than WWE. Well, we were AEW. All people now knew WCW. We and old-timer used to watch at Warung Kampung, village coffee shop. Wow, all the way back then, eh? I'm glad AEW exists. NXT, ROH, and Impact were good, but there really needs a big NA alternative. Yes, indeed. For the longest of time, WWE was, in some ways, just doing their own thing, and there was no competition. So they kind of became, I'll be honest, creatively stagnant for a good long while. AEW really shook things up, and because of that, yes. Turns out, guess what, guys? Competition is good for the content. Competition is good for the content. WWE and AEW, I would argue that AEW, because obviously they have an even bigger independent wrestling background than WWE, where in fact most of their wrestlers came from the independent scene, as opposed to WWE, where a lot of them are homegrown. People who maybe have never even done wrestling before or even knew about wrestling entered WWE. But AEW really is a very, very close part of the independent scene, actually. In fact, in the beginning, that was almost a detriment, because things started to look a little too spot festy, actually, where matches were a little too crazy, perhaps, even for the layman to follow. I'm glad that they've toned it down a little bit. So now things are more focused on the story and character work, as opposed to just doing crazy shit for the sake of doing crazy shit. Remember, during the 90s and 2000s, I used to buy WWE VCDs distributed by Sundi Mutiara. Sometimes they would include UFC PPV VCDs as freebies. That's interesting. Okay. NJPW. New Japan Pro Wrestling. This is one that's actually pretty important to me. This is the one that really rocked my world and really changed how I think of professional wrestling. So those that are not aware, guess what, guys? There's pro wrestling in Japan. Some of the best pro wrestlers in the world are from Japan specifically. Right now, the biggest Japanese pro wrestling company is New Japan Pro Wrestling. If people want to see hard-hitting action, where the focus is on the pro wrestling, where the story actually is inside the pro wrestling matches itself, you go to New Japan Pro Wrestling. I mentioned Kenny Omega just now. Kenny Omega had a series of matches with Kazuchika Okada, like the current top guy in New Japan right now, that absolutely changed the business. Absolutely so. Because they were some of the most insane matches ever to be filmed. Ever to be filmed. My God, I remember watching the match between what's his bloody name? Kenny Omega versus someone from the Chaos faction, that made me realize, holy shit, this looks like a sport. This feels so gritty and tough. So I actually, with a certain exception of Tajiri and a few other Japanese pro wrestlers, I was not very exposed to Japanese pro wrestling until I entered Malaysia Pro Wrestling. That's how late I was to the New Japan thing. And they became such a hot thing. And I was shocked that is, in some ways, another way to watch professional wrestling. God, it was amazing. Kenny Omega versus Kazuchika Okada? Absolutely. The Rainmaker is legitimately one of the greatest professional wrestlers in the world. I want to thank AJ Styles for introducing me to New Japan Pro Wrestling. Kenny versus Naito? Actually, no. I wasn't thinking of that match specifically, but you're right. Kenny versus Naito. I was thinking of another one, but no, that's actually a perfect example of it being like a sport, where you could see the logic behind what they're doing. You know, obviously we've all seen them selling the leg before and all that, but when I watched that particular match for that tournament, oh bloody hell, it's been a while since I actually watched New Japan myself, so it's been a while. What was that tournament called? Bloody hell. Okay, not the best of Super Juniors. I don't know why my brain's going to the best of Super Juniors. Not that. No, it's the biggest one, the big one. But yeah, that was a great one. So now there were other professional okay, I'll make a quick side note on this. There are other huge, big Japanese professional wrestling companies. Some in the past bigger than New Japan. New Japan is in some ways like the new kid on the block. But things like All Japan Pro Wrestling, Pro Wrestling Noah, they used to be massive. In fact, pro wrestling in Japan in the past, I would say, think 50s to the late 80s. Oh geez, they were massive events. In fact, only until very recently has there been a resurgence in the Japanese pro wrestling scene. It sort of was a bit middling in I always say in the 90s and early 2000s. But New Japan really brought it back. It's still seen as a niche thing in currently in Japan. It's not like they're huge celebrities or anything. The current Japanese pro wrestlers, with some exceptions, of course. Like if you ask a typical Japanese person if they know about pro wrestling, they're going to say things like, "Oh, I know Antonio Inoki, I know Misaharu Misawa, I know Giant Baba," the old timers, as opposed to the current ones. So it's right now in a more niche state, but a big niche, admittedly. G1 Climax, yes, that's the one. The G1 Climax tournament is probably the world's most brutal pro wrestling tournament, actually. God, it's a round robin tournament where you have to wrestle like sometimes multiple days consecutively. That's brutal. Personally love Tanahashi, but Okada is great too. I am more of a Okada person than Tanahashi, but both are excellent. I would gladly watch either. Joshi wrestling in the 90s as well. Absolutely. I know I've not put Joshi wrestling here, but women's wrestling is a whole topic on its own, and I will gladly cover that actually. And okay, I'll say this much. Almost every cool and crazy and fancy pro wrestling move that you see to this day is innovated by a female Japanese wrestler. That's not even a hot take. That's just facts. If I want to innovate some crazy move, I'll go watch women's wrestling in Japan. It's insane. Hello, sir. Hello. Satori, welcome. Would you like a drink, Satori? Would you like a drink? I don't know why Japanese wrestling fell off. I heard MMA stuff happened, but not sure. I'll tell you what happened. Very briefly. The biggest stars kept going, and they did not put over and they did not give way to the newer stars. There were some absolutely incredible newer talents, but because the old guard, so guys like Misawa, Kenta Kobashi, and the likes, they were so big, they were so well established that as they got older, as their health deteriorated, people only wanted to go to see them, and they did not push the younger guys. And unfortunately, there have been some cases where that push led to some very, very tragic incidents in the pro wrestling ring. Yeah, the dark side of pro wrestling. There's a reason why. Okay, I'm gonna say something that might freak people a little out. VTubing has skeletons in its closet, but professional wrestling has closets full of skeletons. Let me repeat myself. VTubing has skeletons in its closets. Sorry, VTubing has skeletons in its closet. Professional wrestling has closets full of skeletons. So in that way, they took notes from WWE. Actually, no. There are a few reasons besides what I just mentioned, that the old guard not willing to give way to the new guard, but also there was some decision making, like especially from New Japan, for instance, that basically damaged the industry a little bit. Like the mixing. Okay, for example, I'll just touch on this very briefly. Antonio Inoki tried to bring in MMA into professional wrestling with disastrous results, because guess what? When you have MMA fighters fighting real fights against professional wrestlers who are not trained for the most part in actual MMA fights, guess who will come out the victor? Guess who will have the better reputation as a result? So that was admittedly, so as much of an innovator as Antonio Inoki was, he had some questionable decisions, that's for sure. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get hit on myself here. Okay, Triple R and CMLL. I will argue this is the one that you guys are familiar with the least, right? Consejo Mundial de la Lucha Libre and Triple R. I'm not even gonna bother trying to explain the acronym for Triple R, but basically these are the two biggest Mexican professional companies in Mexico. So the big four: North America, Japan, United Kingdom, and CM and Mexico. So Japan produces some of the best talent in the world, and you can argue so does Mexico. Some of the greatest professional wrestlers or luchadors in the world come from Mexico. So CMLL is seen as the old guard of lucha libre. They are the oldest. They are in the most traditional. They are what the Mexican people think of when they think of lucha libre first and foremost. I knew AAR through LU. Yes, there was a very close connection between, because they gave a lot of talents to Lucha Underground. It sounds like Japanese wrestling fell off more than North American wrestling. Yes, definitely. Although right now I would say there is a bit of a resurgence again, actually, and there is actually a bit of a relation between Japanese wrestlers and VTubing to some extent, a little bit. Actually, I can say the same for North American wrestling and VTubing as well, but that would be saying too much. It sounds like Japanese wrestling was once part of the culture. Absolutely. I mean, look at the anime industry in the past. Tiger Mask, Jushin Liger, Kinnikuman. There used to be pro wrestling animes. I don't really hear about that anymore, actually, for the most part. So it became a more niche thing, actually. It used to be legitimately mainstream. But unfortunately, that's what happened to Japanese professional wrestling. But Lucha Libre, on the hand, oh, no. This is part of their culture, absolutely. I mean, last week I played a video game called Guacamelee. That had heavily featured Lucha Libre, you know, as part of the thing. I don't know much about Lucha Libre, so this is pretty nice. Oh, yes. In some ways, I'm not going to touch on different wrestling styles, but without a doubt to me, Lucha Libre is the most distinctive of the pro wrestling styles. Like, a Japanese wrestler can go to America and wrestle, no issue. For the most part, no issue. An American wrestler or British wrestler can go to Japan, no issue. A British wrestler or a Japanese wrestler or a North American wrestler going to Mexico to wrestle, an issue. In fact, the other way can be said as well. There was a very famous professional wrestler named, was it La Mystico? Mystico, I believe. Mystico, a very, very famous luchador from Mexico. He was the guy with the mask that completely covered his face. He's actually a very good luchador, but he struggled to adapt to the style in WWE, actually. I won't get into why in such detail, but the simple reason is that it's a lot more acrobatic. They emphasize the acrobatics and the spectacle of professional wrestling, even more so than WWE. So when you watch a authentic, real pro wrestling match, especially from CMLL, you will be confused. I remember Shaukat saying, "I cannot watch Lucha Libre. There's barely any focus on the story. They're doing things that doesn't make sense. There's so much flying around." Because historically, the most popular wrestlers in Mexican wrestling were the high flyers, actually. And they have different traditions too. Obviously, you guys know about heel and face dynamics in professional wrestling. Would you guys believe me if I say there's heel and face dynamics for referees as well in Lucha Libre? I've watched some Lucha Libre matches before. Some wrestlers are outright the bad guys. There are established bad guy referees in Lucha Libre. It's crazy. Oh man, it's utterly insane. Lucha Libre is. I think I know who you're talking about. Respect the master. Oh, that's actually another thing. Thank you for reminding me, actually. So another big thing that really differentiates Mexican wrestling and the rest of the world, they respect the hell out of the mask. It is an integral role. La Mascarada is literally such an important part. Okay. Here's another big distinction. Okay. Getting into Mexican wrestling is its whole different topic because it is so different. compared to everything else in the world. I mean, some NA wrestling have face and heel refs too, just not common. It's common in Lucha Libre. It is common in Lucha Libre. It is common. I cannot emphasize this enough. That it's an established thing there. Yes, there are some heel refs, there are some face refs in other non-Mexican companies. It's absolutely the case in Lucha Libre. It's wild. It's wild. Yes, I read about the referee dynamics. Oh, you don't know the half of it. So the whole mask. Okay, put it this way. This is how important masks are in professional wrestling. There are championships, there are belts to hold in Lucha Libre. For the most part, no one really cares. For the most part, it's not seen as the most important thing. You know what's the most important match, the most important stipulation in Lucha Libre? The mask versus mask match. There's actually a term for it too. Let me search for it. You would think I would know about this. I would know the term as a mask wrestler myself. But put it this way, I don't want to go through a mask versus mask match. It's bloody freaky to me. Okay. The Lucha de Apuesta, which means a betting match. Basically, mask versus mask, or it could be hair versus hair, or mask versus hair. Like every match, that's wow. Yes. Obviously, it depends on... so it could be heel ref, or it could be a face ref. But there are absolutely dynamics. Those dynamics. Luckily, our referee is neutral. Usually. But yes. The most important match for a luchador's career is Lucha de Apuesta. Because your dignity is your mask. Your mask is your dignity. Your pride, your identity is your mask. I don't wrestle without my mask. I never have. My first ever match that I will show you guys later was in a mask. I do not wrestle without this. I'm not a bona fide luchador, don't get me wrong. But I adhere to it because this mask is my fucking identity. Unless if there is some crazy thing happening, I do not remove my mask. No. I will not do a Lucha de Apuesta unless if there is some extraordinary circumstance happening. And even then, I hesitate to. Now, hello there, referee Ryan. Referee right here. Are you neutral? Are you a neutral? Okay, I get the mask, but why is the hair important too? It's sort of seen as because yes, most of the wrestlers in Mexico are mask wearing, but there are exceptions. In fact, you actually see, I think you do see more non-mask wearing wrestlers these days. So in some ways, that's the approximate equivalent. It's like the image of a professional wrestler is very important. It's very important, We value our image a lot, and part of that is our hair actually. Guess what? Body image is a very, very important thing. Our look is very important. So our hair plays a big part as well. I know some wrestlers, they really do take care of their hair. Schalke has a great head of hair on him. Gotham is famously bald for a reason. So yeah, it can play a big part. Okay, let me get back into the corner here. So, oh my god, I went on such a long rant about Mexican wrestling because it's so distinct from everything else in the world. It's so distinct. Okay, I'll just quickly mention this. So I mentioned CMLL is like the traditionally old guard. AAA is the new guard. They are new in the sense that CMLL is so conservative sometimes that a lot of luchadors, and in fact some bookers, decided to branch out and do their own thing. And AAA is some ways the crazier cousin of CMLL. That's where you see the crazy events where they experiment a lot more. In fact, I believe the biggest pro wrestling event in Mexico is AAA Mania, which is a AAA event. Oh, one big thing I want to mention. one big thing that distinguishes CMLL in particular from every other company that you see here, they own their own arena. They own Arena Mexico. Do you hear me? CMLL, Consejo Mundial de la Lucha Libre, owns their own arena, their own stadium. I believe it is 18K seater, and they own it. So it's a tourist attraction. It's their own attraction. I feel bad for Mysterio at times. I don't. He's one of the biggest luchadors in the world. He is a made man. I know him and his son is going through some bad times right now, but he's settled for life. He's settled for life. He's one of the most well-known wrestlers in the world. He's beloved everywhere. He's a great guy, from what I can tell. Great man. So I don't feel bad for him. Okay. Oh god, I went on so long for this. Okay. So I mentioned the current big promotions, right? Who am I as a Malaysian professional wrestler to not do this for my fellow Southeast Asians? God, there's so many of us. Okay. Ref Ryan, do you see some familiar things here? Okay. Okay, I might need to head to the toilet soon, but let me just riff off all the names here before I hit for intermission, because I need to use the loo very soon. Okay. Apex Wrestling, Setup Pro Wrestling, FPW, Grapple Max, Top Dojo, SPW, MyPW, VPW, MWF, PWR, I'll explain this in due time, and Ring of Rebirth. I mean, they don't treat Mysterio's mask well in WCW and WWE. Absolutely. Obviously, the mask is seen as sacred in Mexico. Other places, a good bit less. I would actually argue, though, that Japan does respect the mask a lot. A good bit, because a lot of Japanese wrestlers actually make excursions to Mexico, actually. For example, one of the most famous ones is Ultimo Dragon, who actually speaks Japanese, then Spanish, then English first. He thinks in Spanish first and then translates it to English. Okay, let me hit to the loo super quickly, just because I need to right now, and I'll get back to you soon. I'm not even going to. Should I hit to the intermission? I'm going to let you guys digest this scene first. So one second. Let's see. Boom. Okay, I'll be back very soon. Oh, you mentioned AWE. I'll actually okay, yes, okay. Damn it, okay, I wanted to go to the loo. Okay, let me read. Okay, so just disclaimer, full disclosure, I am actually wondering if I listed every single Southeast Asian pro wrestling promotion. I have not. In fact, I just realized that I missed out one other Filipino wrestling promotion here that is active. Apologies. Just a quick disclaimer here. Obviously, everything that I said just now, I know some stuff, but I do not claim at all to be an expert, nor am I a historian of professional wrestling, or even Southeast Asian pro wrestling history, actually. So this is not an exhaustive list, just the ones that I actually remember to put in, well, today. Okay, now let me hit the loo. Just 1 second, folks. I'll be back. One side. Actually, let me quickly check something as well. Okay, 1 second. I'm back, folks. I'm back. Okay, let's see. Ta-da! Southeast Asian wrestling sounds wild. I only heard one Filipino promotion. What would that be? What would that be? Elena? I have a feeling I know which. I think I can take a guess. Is it PWR? Is it PWR? I'm assuming it's PWR. So okay, let me try to describe this without overwhelming everybody. So let me start. Actually, let me start with the Filipino promotions. Is there any Q&A after this presentation? Yes. Yes. That will be in the Maro. When we get to the Maros, then you can feel free to just ask away in chat. Don't worry. Okay. So the Filipino side. PWR, MWF, and there is WUW, World Underground Wrestling. Apologies that I did not add this in. I made this slide today. I tried to be, as you can tell, thorough, but there's so many to keep up. I know PWR. Yes, I'm not too surprised here. At the time, PWR was huge, but due to how do I describe this? I actually don't know the full story behind this, but basically PWR in some ways was, and in some ways still is, the biggest pro wrestling promotion out of the Philippines. Actually, I wrestled there myself. Actually, God, you guys are. I love the Filipino crowds. You guys are so reactive and so supportive, and you guys are insane. I love it. So man, they had some big matches there too. Robbie Eagles was there. TJP wrestled there. So the Filipino-American connection is enormous. Actually, genuinely, there's some great matches on your YouTube channel. So you guys, so everyone here, if you can, check out their matches online. Some of it's actually pretty good. I miss seeing Chris Panzer and Crystal live in person. Crystal. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Panzer in particular, but Crystal, she's actually, believe it or not, the current MyPW WrestleCon champion. So she holds a MyPW belt, actually. Hopefully she can come back to Malaysia to compete again. Because again, guess what? The pandemic really screwed over everyone here. Ugh. No, she's a great female wrestler. One of the best female wrestling talent out of Southeast Asia, for sure. So, but currently, the big dog in Filipino wrestling right now is MWF. They used to be number 2. I guess they're number 1 right now. So my good friend Jake De Leon, who is a fellow streamer, also is the current champion, if I'm not wrong. So good for you, Jake. He used to be a top guy in PWR, actually. But due to some, I guess, disagreements, I'll put it that way, unfortunately, PWR has now dissolved and has become FPW. So I believe FPW is holding training right now. So that's what PW has become now, FPW, Filipino Pro Wrestling. But MWF is pretty fun. They are available on Gank. They, unlike everyone else here, they are unique in that they hold a subscription service, so you can check them out on Gank. Okay, next up, we gotta go to I would say if you're talking about some of the most passionate fans, yes, the Philippines. Easily some of the most passionate fans and wrestlers actually are from the Philippines. That's my personal experience. Malaysia, MyPW, and APAC Wrestling. How do I do this without stepping on toes? I wonder if you folks know what I'm talking about. So, okay, this is the lowdown of what happened. And I'm going to be very vague about this because I'm trying to be respectful to both companies here. MyPW was the first. MyPW is was founded by Shaukat, the father of Malaysia Pro Wrestling. You will know him as the Nusantran Prince. You know him as the Prophet of Pain. I think he's currently known as the Nusantran Menace. I believe MyPW holds a Patreon subscription service too. In the past, I believe it is closed now. Oh boy, yes indeed, Red Ryan. Do help me out here in case if I say anything untowards. DM me if you have to. I only want one Filipino wrestling fan. Really? Really? Because you guys are crazy. You guys, I know at least three different Filipino pro wrestling podcasts. Obviously, the Wrestling podcast is by far the most well-known. It's run by Stan C and Chino Liao and Romeo Moran. Gosh, I can't believe I know their names. Gosh, I just named them perfectly. Oh, cripes. But they're a pretty fun one to know. And even then, that Filipino fan isn't even watching the indies. I see. Absolutely. So, you know, just because you're a pro wrestling fan doesn't mean you're a fan of your local indie scene. There is a distinction there after all, which is a pity. I totally understand why, because let's be brutally honest here. Everyone here, even SPW, which has been in existence for 10 years now, I believe, we're all still very new to this. You think it's easy to become a pro wrestler? You think it's easy to become a pro wrestler when your coach himself is new to the business himself? You know, it takes time. It takes time to really hone this craft. What was I saying again? Oh yes, okay. So everything was going great with my PW and stuff, but let's just say, basically, long term short, it's disagreements. Disagreements between management has caused shortcut, and in fact, almost every Malaysian talent to move to APEC Wrestling, which is also founded by Shoutout. I guess Filipino fans are hiding in the shadows. Haha. I do know one Filipino wrestling YouTuber. Oh, that's good. That's nice. That's nice. I wouldn't say you guys hide in the shadows. Bullshit. Bullshit. Makati Mall gets so loud and crazy when it's Pro Wrestling Day. It's not the biggest thing. No, not at all. But you guys are such a great crowd. Like I said, I would love to go back to the Philippines to wrestle for you guys again. You guys are such fun. I guess it depends on who you know. I bet if you were to check out MWF or FPW, you'll meet your fellow pro wrestling fans. Definitely. So APEC is definitely, I would say the biggest distinction now is that APEC actually holds events right now. They have held events, some online events, actually, some online exclusive events. So if you go to their website, APEC Wrestling on YouTube, you can find some matches actually. Yeah. The pandemic would be the reason too. Yes, absolutely. The pandemic devastated everybody here. Everybody. You know, that's one of the reasons why MyPW is not holding shows this year. Plus the fact that they're rebuilding their roster. So MyPW currently is rebuilding their roster and focusing more on training right now. This case might be different next year. APEC Wrestling is going full steam. There is a December show that is very exciting. It features people like Riho from AEW. It features Tajiri. It features people like Steph Delander. Oh, very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff indeed. Right, would you see me there? We'll see. Okay, Singapore. Singapore, in some ways, because of Singapore, let's face it, being a rich country, they can afford to bring in some rather special people, actually. Okay. I will argue that GrappleMax is probably the most unique pro wrestling promotion in Southeast Asia. Oh shit, Mark Ito. And Mark Ito as well. Apologies. Thank you, Red Ryan, for letting me know. Yes, Mark Ito from AEW and TGPW, if I'm not wrong. Oh, she's a huge deal as well. A former idol turned pro wrestler. Oh, she is fantastic. She is so charismatic. She is such a joy to watch. Okay, first let's talk about SPW. SPW has some great wrestlers, but they are in some ways one of the very few that can really hold some big money matches, as I like to call it. So put it this way, Kenny Omega wrestled in SPW. There have been former WWE wrestlers that have wrestled in SPW, not just Tajiri. No, some many others as well. Ref Ryan, you can list off some of the bigger names that came into SPW over the years. So they're in some ways the biggest pro wrestling company in Southeast Asia. I would argue at the time you could argue that PWR could give it a run for its money because oh man, you guys are crazy over there. Congratulations to SPW on the astronomical 10th anniversary. Absolutely, Ref Ryan was a big part of that too, actually. Oh man, he had his moments there. Absolutely. In some ways, Ref Ryan is more active in professional wrestling than me, actually. I have no issues in admitting so. Pete Dunne, Rene Dupree, even Johnny Gargano. Yep, see? Okay. So, someone mentioned AWE just now. Which is different from AEW, mind you. Different from AEW. AWE... How do I explain this? AWE was another pro wrestling company. Again, by Schalke. Butch was in SPW. Yeah, so lucky. Actually, Butch also wrestled in Malaysia as well, believe it or not. Hey, Elena, trust me. You guys will... I bet in the future you will see a lot more names in the Philippines in due time. Trust me on this. Like, put it this way. Stan C commentates in Tagalog for WWE currently. So I'm very happy for Stan C in that sense. So you guys have representation in WWE in that sense, you know? Via Stan C. Very happy for the lad. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so okay, let me just touch very quickly on AWE. Again, by Schalke. So this was supposed to be in some ways like a big step up for MyPW. MyPW was supposed to be like, at the time, supposed to be like the school, and then the big step up would be AWE. This was supposed to be the big money company, actually. The money wasn't there. You can watch British Strong Style and APAC, the lost tapes on YouTube, if I recall correctly. Exactly. So, so luckily that match still exists in that sense. Oh man, AWE. Like I said, they were supposed to be a big money company, and it looks like it was going to be. Unfortunately, that event, AWE Adventures, was a show held in a circus tent. God, that was a great event. I was part of it too, in a very weird way that I don't even want to get into. But there were a lot of things happened back behind the scenes that got very messy. So messy that I don't want to get into it. So messy that the ramifications can still be felt to this day, actually. It's real sad what happened. How do I explain this? It cost people jobs. It cost people their lives. It cost people displaced. Yeah, there were people displaced over it. You know? I was shocked that I actually still remain in pro wrestling to this day, actually, even in spite of what happened with APAC. That is its own topic altogether. I might do a future stream to talk a little bit about that. That does sound sad. It got very messy. But then after that, MyPW sort of came back to the forefront. Things grew a little bit better. You don't need to explain everything, and I won't. I'm still very much a close part of the pro wrestling scene in Malaysia, and out of respect to the people, to the powers that be involved in pro wrestling, I'll shush. I'll shush. Okay, so back to Singaporean pro wrestling. So SPW is seen as the old guard in a way, the big money company. It's the one that Ref Ryan's involved with, the new boy in town. And this is actually no, they're the second new boy in town actually. Grapplemax. Grapplemax is probably the most unique pro wrestling company in the in Southeast Asia, for the simple fact that they tout themselves as a pro wrestling school first, pro wrestling company second. So their syllabus is actually very different compared to everything else. Everyone else wants to focus on showing events. They want to focus on actually being a school first. In fact, one of the most unique selling cards. Oh man, you guys should check out some documentaries on Grapplemax. It's super interesting because their ring wasn't a ring. You guys know that that match I was at in Singapore a little while ago. It didn't have a pro wrestling ring, right? It was a mat. That's how they start off. They have a ring now, but they still are going back to their pro wrestling mat days sometimes. They did not start off with a pro wrestling ring at all. Because guess what? That's just expensive. Very, very, very expensive. So they started off with a pro wrestling mat, and they stuck to it for actually longer than they've had their ring. Actually, the ring is actually a very, very recent thing. I haven't even wrestled in that ring yet, actually, which is a real pity. Would love to tussle in that new ring of theirs. So yeah, that's super unique by them. It all came down to the genius of Greg Glorious currently and Boss Greg, LK, and Smart Dave. They were former wrestlers of SPW, but they wanted to branch out and do their own thing. And do their own thing, they absolutely did. They really, really, really distinguished themselves from SPW and the greater Southeast Asian scene, actually. The mat is sacred. Oh, for them, it actually literally is a mat. That sounds like the Heart Dungeon story. Somewhat. They literally started from the bottom. Unlike everyone else, they had no like outside funding. They literally had to fund it themselves. So they literally started with a basic ass mat. They really, really learned from they really challenged the notion of what it means to wrestle, to be a pro wrestler. You know, they really challenged that notion, and it really paid off for them. So hats off to them. Hats off to them. I greatly respect the folks in Grapplemax. I do respect everyone else here, but Grapplemax in particular, I really do look to them when I want to like think outside the box, because they literally had to for many, many years. Okay, Setup and Top Dojo. Admittedly, I don't know too much about this because these two are from Thailand. Thailand is, I would argue, apologies. Ring of Rebirth. Ring of Rebirth is the third Singaporean pro wrestling company, and they are actually affiliated with SPW in a way. It is founded by the Eurasian Dragon, actually. So they're quite unique in that they are very much a new company, a smaller company, and they regularly feature folks from SPW actually. And they're unique in that they focus a lot on promos. So before the match starts, there'll be a promos from the wrestlers. After the match, there'll be promos as well. So they're a lot more segment heavy actually. Got to move? Damn it! Oh, that's another one. But that is I would say that's a Japanese wrestling first, Thai pro wrestling second. I'll get to the Thailand in a second. They're a very unique bunch. The Thais. Yes, referee Ryan's correct. They used to be Got to Move Thailand. I'll explain soon. Gods, I'm talking a lot. So they're very much as a new startup company that is working under SPW in a sense. So they're giving a lot of like the more underrated Singaporean pro wrestlers a chance actually. You might see me there. you might see me there. That's all I'm going to say. In Ring of Rebirth. Okay. I'm learning so much. Happy that Southeast Asian wrestling is everywhere despite not being mainstream. Yes, it is everywhere. A lot of people have such passions about it that they basically decided to strike it out on their own. For example, I don't know about the rest of the owners, but for Shaukat, when Booker T came down to Malaysia for a promotional event, Shaukat actually got a chance to meet him, and he asked Booker T any advice on how to start up pro wrestling in Malaysia, and he basically said to him, if you don't do it, man, who else will? Shaukat took it to heart, and it came full circle where Shaukat went to Booker T's promotion, Reality of Wrestling, and wrestled for him there. So it became full circle. I enjoy RR shows, lively crowd, and energetic wrestlers. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I believe Wonder Boy wrestled there recently. Okay, Setup and Top Dojo. I don't know too much about them. Because of how Thailand is, where they are very they really take pride in their own culture and stuff. So, and they don't really speak a lot of English compared to other parts of Southeast Asia. They don't really you don't hear too much of them internationally. At least with PWI and SPW, you do hear it somewhat. Like us, for example, us Malaysian wrestlers, we love to go to these two countries to wrestle. Thailand a lot less, just because of the language barrier. I'll talk about Gato Move, because that's a pretty important part of pro wrestling, of Thai pro wrestling history. Gato Move is the one is ran by Emi Sakura, who you might know is from AEW right now. I think she's based in USA right now. And Emi Sakura actually in some ways is very important as to the Southeast Asian pro wrestling history, because for one, her company Gato Move really emphasizes, really challenged the notion of pro wrestling matches, because like you saw, right, the match that I was in with that really nice mat, right? At least it looks nice. It was a big black square, and it looks quite spacious. Gato Move wrestles in a cafe. Gato Move wrestles in a ridiculously small space that looked like there's a window there. It's bare. It looked. Yeah, gods. Okay, let me actually. Okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna do this right now. I am going to go to YouTube. I'm going to screenshot a Gato Move scene. Then you'll see what I mean. I think this is worth it. Just give me a little while to just do this for you guys, because it looks crazy. When I show this to you guys, you will just. I was there during Booker T's visit to Malaysia in 2013, a larger-than-life character, and was very humble. Fakri, who are you? Who are you? Yes, Chocopro. Okay. Let me try to get to a quick one. Okay, wait, let me just get to a screenshot. Okay, let me just screenshot this for you guys, then you'll see what I mean. Okay. Okay, let me just show this to you guys, because this is wild. This is legit so wild. Okay. This is their ring. This is their fucking ring. So, okay, I should have taken a better photo of this. You see their mat. You see where their feet are. It's not obvious, but that's there's no ropes, by the way. There's no ropes. You see where the blue wall is? That's the extent of it. I'll try to take a better photo, guys. Apologies. Okay, let me try to take a better photo of this. Okay, I think I can use this. Okay, this is a good one to really illustrate it. Oh my god, it's so tiny. It's so small. Wait. Let me show an even better perspective. Let me show an even better perspective for you guys. Okay, this should do the trick. Now, mind you, the wrestlers are very good. They actually do sometimes, for special occasions, go to an actual professional wrestling ring. But for the most part, they earn your money in this space. Grapple Max has it good. This is how they usually wrestle in Choco Pro, which is this space here for Gotta Move Pro Wrestling. Also, I attended the meet and greet with Ricky Steamboat in May 2014 in Malaysia. Man, I'm truly astonished to see him live in person. Wow, Fakri, you are old school indeed. My goodness, you go back even more so than me, actually. You're a more hardcore wrestler than me. So yes, Choco Pro is bloody wild. Bloody wild. It's so cute. Now, I want to make it very clear here. The wrestlers out of Gotta Move are bloody good. Riho, Emi Sakura, of course. Mei Suruga, who also wrestled in AEW. And especially Balian Aki, who is from India. Mainland India. He speaks fluent Japanese. And he literally moved to Japan to wrestle, and he's sometimes in AEW as well. I'm very, very proud of him. Full respect to him. I watched him initially in SPW, actually. Gods, Ryan. Gods, when he wrestled in SPW, he must have shocked the hell out of the guys there, right? Because he was so good, right? So these wrestlers, adapting to surrounds. As indie wrestlers, we have to do some weird shit sometimes. As indie wrestlers, we have to do some weird shit. Let me tell you. Okay, like literally behind this are literally just a bunch of like middle-aged men watching. It's not a big crowd at all. This is literally a cafe. It's crazy. I think, yes, I believe I'm not wrong. There was a referee Zahn actually refereed here before. I think he did. Yes, salute to Aki. Aki is an excellent professional wrestler. Until very, very recently. Balian Aki was actually legitimately the best mainlander Indian wrestler in the world. Legitimately. Okay. Have I covered everyone bloody here? No, okay. Okay, I will say this much though. A lot of the Singaporean guys do go to Thailand to wrestle. I think they're the exceptions of non-Thai wrestlers that have wrestled a good bit in Thailand. I'm thinking of obviously the Butcherman and Dr. Go in particular. If it's a fun time, then it's cool. Yes. I know a lot of people have trepidations with independent pro wrestling. In fact, actually, that's a great little topic to talk about in the future. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, VPW, Vietnam Pro Wrestling. I believe it's founded by Rocky Win. Again, they're another one that's kept to themselves for the most part. Although they do have English speakers there, definitely. They're very new, but they're great. I've seen their space before, and they also have a YouTube channel, so you guys can check them out online. For the most part, everyone here, has their own YouTube channels that you can check out some free matches. Definitely. Okay. The one thing I'll say about VPW, this isn't even related to pro wrestling. I met one of the Vietnamese pro wrestlers via Apex Legends. It was on stream too, actually. It was on stream. We were playing Apex Legends with, I think, another Malaysian streamer. And one of them guys said, and then I was on the same team with one of the wrestlers, and he basically messaged on an in-game chat, "Are you Cornelius Low?" I'm like, "Wait, what? Wait, are you D Cornelius?" I'm like, "Wait, what? What do you mean?" Like, "Hey, and then I look at the name, Sid Win." I know that name, Sid Win. That's a Vietnamese pro wrestler. I don't know VTubers very well, but I know some of the names, and Sid is one of them. Turns out he's a regular Apex player. Can I say his name? What name? Whose name? Yeah, yes, Ryan, please do say so. Please do say so. Are every C company that's connected except for the Philippines? That's interesting. No. In fact, I would argue that Philippines is very well connected. The Philippine wrestling side is very well connected to Sid. Yeah. I said it. I don't mind. Philippines is very well connected. I still chat with Jake fairly often, actually. Jake in turn talks to the Singaporeans all the time. So I adore the Filipino lads. You guys, they're great. They're great. Y'all local over there, but y'all great. I once said mahal kita to Jake before, and he didn't know how to respond. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that to him. I don't know why did I say it to him. It was because of Minecraft. I blame Minecraft. Guys, the pandemic era was some crazy ass times. There were some crazy ass times. Oh man, getting to connect with them via streaming really helped a lot. Oh god, the shit that we did during the pandemic era. But still, technically within the pandemic era, but like, hopefully within the tail end of it. Yeah, so so yes, the Filipino scene is very well connected to almost everyone here. Did any Thai wrestlers wrestled in Philippines before? I'm not sure, but a lot of Malaysian wrestlers, a lot of Singaporeans love to go to the Philippines. I do hope I get to meet lots of Filipino fans. Until then, I'm watching big events online. Hey, check out some stuff from PWR. Check out some stuff from MWF. Check out some stuff from FPW. I do recommend supporting local. I do. If you really, you owe it to yourself, at least to like maybe check out at least one local event live, because it is a very different feel from watching it from watching a wrestling event, even if it's a big one on screen. Very different feel. It feels so much more visceral. It feels a lot crazier. You really get to see the action up close. You might even see action literally right breathing down your neck. Video games truly unite, indeed. Okay. I'm hanging on to this section far too long, but I mean, how can help it? These are the folks that I directly work with over the years. I can't help it. Okay, why do some people like or dislike pro wrestling? This is a bit of a contentious topic. I wanted to cover this a little bit, just because this stream in particular is for the people who are maybe not familiar with it. Also, apologies, Ryan. I didn't notice you there. I hope you're still around. Would you like a drink, right, Ryan? Would you like a drink? Do let me know. So I want to mention this because this stream is meant for the more casual or people who aren't even fans at all, actually, of pro wrestling. And so this is just to digest a little bit as to why some folks will like it, why some don't. First of all, I have learned a long time ago to never ever even bother forcing people into wrestling. I have invited my friends to come and check out shows that I've been involved in, but that's the extent of it. I don't tell them, hey, come like my shit, come support my shit. well, yes, come support. I'll invite them, but if they don't like it, I have no issues with it because, yeah, some people just find this shit too violent. Some people find this shit tasteless. Some people find pro wrestling too weird, or or they can't suspend their disbelief. I have no issue with that. I urge any wrestling fan to never ever be pushy about this. I know us as wrestling fans, we can be super passionate about this, but I've learned a long time ago that this is something you gotta get yourself into naturally. Watching live wrestling is a truly wonderful experience. I'm glad it has been for you, Fakri. What's on the menu, Lo? Beverages in general. Let me see what I have. I've got everything. I've got boba. I've got wine. I've got hot cocoa. I've got Coke, iced lemon tea, bourbon, and herbal tea. I actually do have white wine, but I have to bring it out manually. Everything else that I mentioned, I can bring it out in a snap. Nah. Yeah, had been looking. I much appreciate it for the look, Orion. So, why do some people like it? Well, it's just a thing. I mean, like, look, let's face it. A lot of it really did stem from the fact that it's a spectacle. I remember okay, here's a crazy thing. I initially liked pro wrestling for the entrances. The entrances. I remember being such a huge fan of The Undertaker, like Biker Taker, coming in with a freaking motorcycle, you know? And then Chris Jericho, there will be a huge pyrotechnic spectacle before he enters with all the steam and go, break the walls down and all that jazz. Hot cocoa would be nice. Let me get that for you right now. A reference. Here we are. I wish it wasn't Christmas themed, but whatever. Alright. Order up. Actually, for you, it should be this. Order up. Enjoy, Ryan, enjoy. The real complaint is that it's not the attitude anymore. Oh yes, a lot of people do hang on onto pro wrestling of the past. I don't blame them. A lot of people's formative years was the Attitude Era or the 80s, you know. And there's no issue with that. No issue with that. But I hope people understand that, guess what? Pro wrestling of 2023, pro wrestling of 2022 will feature pro wrestling of 2022. Even if it's trying to be a throwback, it's using talent that people, from people that have trained within these years, as opposed to like, what, 30 years ago? You know? I'd say from Malaysia, from my pro wrestling fans' point of view, or I think you're referring to Malaysian pro wrestling fans' view, divisive fan bases. Yes. You got the folks who are just casual watchers who watches it from the mama cafes. You have those that only watch it on the screen. You have only those that watch it that do watch it live as well. And I don't blame them for there being different fan bases. Because, okay, put it this way. Until very, very recently, you could only watch pro wrestling, at least in Southeast Asia, from your television screen or even from your computer screen. Yeah, I myself also fell off during the PG era. And again, some people just have moved on from pro wrestling, you know, and that's fine with that, you know. Lapsed fans is a thing. The PG era was hard for WWE fans. To some extent. There was definitely some success for sure, but you could argue that John Cena was a big part of WWE's success, but you could also argue that that maybe they've held on to John Cena as the ace for a little too long. I could get into the topic of WWE making mistakes is its own issue altogether. Don't get me started. So yes, so for a lot of pro wrestling fans in Southeast Asia in particular, until very recently, you could only watch it via the computer screen, and I think that has contributed to a great part as to why there are divisive fan bases in the first place, because their perspectives, they only see it from the offline perspective. I remember very clearly. My friend, one of my friends that came to watch my pro wrestling show, and mind you, I was the main eventer. You know, I was main eventing. He said to me, "Yeah, but why aren't there like live? Why isn't there live commentary? Why aren't we hearing the commentators? You know, they were thinking about the commentators. Whilst watching. You know, so that's what that is what happened. You know, he was thinking about why is there any commentators? So, you know, he was heavily influenced from watching things on the TV or the computer screen, that without hearing the commentators, he couldn't really get into it. Now, live commentary during shows does happen, but it's kind of a weird thing. Even for me personally, like my PW does it sometimes, but I do find it a bit weird to hear live commentary. The PG era was hard for WWE fans. So yeah, so I guess that's one big reason why. So some of the fan bases do, I will admit, because of how hardcore, how niche pro wrestling can be, so the fans can behave in a rather niche way as well, and that can throw some people off. You know, I will admit. I think things have gotten a bit better these days because a lot of the Southeast Asian pro wrestling companies have realized that, yeah, they need to like conduct themselves better. It is kind of sad though that some fans didn't come back. They'll love modern women's wrestling. That's a great point. That is a great point. I will admit that that's actually a huge part. Actually, let me check something. Actually, no, we can get to it now. Is pro wrestling a low art form? And women's wrestling is a big factor as to why a lot of people look down on it. Because I will admit, in the past, yes, the Attitude Era was great. It was arguably the most popular era for professional wrestling, at least in North America. But it had a lot of tasteless moments as well. Let's not sugarcoat this. It had a lot of tasteless moments as well. And that women can main event big shows. Absolutely, Alina. Absolutely. Hey. Wait a minute, I just realized something. No, I'm not going to say it. So, is pro wrestling a low art form? Okay, before I hit myself up with women's wrestling, let me explain what do I mean, besides it relating to my name. A lot of people see pro wrestling as low art. Do you guys know what low art means? Do you guys know what low art means? Low art basically refers to things that are seen as is popular by the masses, as opposed to the upper class, as opposed to the rich, the privileged, that sort of thing. It's seen as something by the people, and by nature of that, it's seen as like a less refined sort of a thing. So things within this category will refer to things like what would it be? Things like I suppose stripping is actually like a great little example. And then circus shows used to be seen as a low art form as well, actually. And in some ways, pro wrestling used to be the poster child for low art form. Low art, junk food kind of. Yes, great point, Elena. Great point. The reason why I don't like the Attitude Era as much as others is because of their treatment of women wrestlers. Your point is absolutely valid, and fuck off to those that think otherwise. Absolutely, Elena. There were a lot of sexist things, a lot of mistreatment of women wrestlers in the Attitude Era, and in fact before that as well. Absolutely, the mistreatment of women wrestlers was actually a huge sticking point, actually, for me personally. I remember even back then, even in the 90s, watching women's wrestlers. Yes, that was the whole bar and panties thing. But I remember actually watching. I could actually shows. I actually really respected women's wrestling at the time because, like, first of all, ladies in general have a lot more perspective. So when they want to put on holes, oh, they will stretch. They will stretch. It looks brutal, actually. So I remember even back then, like, oh, women's wrestling has a different feel to it, just because they're a lot bendier, So it provides some variety for me, in comparison to all the meat-headed Adonises. So I found that very so I found that part pretty enjoyable. And obviously there were very talented women's wrestlers back then. Trish Stratus, Lita, the list goes on and on and on, actually. Treatment of women in jail, absolutely. I am very glad. If there's anything to be really touted as being a huge deal right now for the current era of wrestling, especially in WWE and North American wrestling in general, it's how they handle their women. The female division right now is, you could make an argument, is as popular as the men's, actually. God, Becky Lynch, Asuka, Sasha Banks, Rhea Ripley. God, they are such hot commodities right now. I'm so happy for them. Like, I remember one of my favorite matches right now in the modern era right now is Asuka versus Becky Lynch in WrestleMania. God, that match was hard hitting. God, that was such a good match. Bloody hell, such a good match. I am glad that 90s Joshi wrestling is there, even if it's not well known to casual wrestling fans. Yes, I did not know about it. I didn't know about Joshi wrestling in the 90s. Apparently, Joshi wrestling in the 90s was like seen to some extent even bigger than the guys. Actually, it was insane. Rhea Ripley love, absolutely. Gods. Now, I'm very glad that actually, I know there's not a lot of women Southeast Asian wrestlers, but the ones that are really developed themselves. Crystal, Elena, you owe it to yourself to check out Crystal in the Philippines. She is legit such a good wrestler. And in Malaysia, North Phoenix Diana represent. She used to be, I wrestled her before. I knew her from very early on. She used to be a meek little thing. In fact, she still is to some extent. But she has really developed herself as a wrestler. Gods, I was shocked when she could deadlift German me. I'll talk about this to this very day. She could deadlift German me. She's 20 kilos lighter than me, at least back then. 20 kilos lighter. 1 second. Sorry. Apologies. Why am I sneezing? Oh, it's stupid bloody nose. Oh, my headphones. Oh, stupid. Oh, this is embarrassing. Opening my Asuka Yoshirai match. No! That's all I had. I want an Asuka and North Phoenix Diana match. She can? Wow, yeah, she did. You didn't know, Ref Ryan? She did. Yes, please do check out. Oh my nose. Phoenix. She's great. I wish there were more. I think that's the next big step. I think the next big step is for there to be more women's Southeast Asian wrestlers. Okay. Apologize. My headphones legitimately dropped. Let me go put them on. Where are my headphones? Oh, jeez. Here we go. There you go. I want to see Crystal versus Io Shirai. I want to see North Phoenix Diana versus Asuka. Oh gosh, learning about Asuka and the women's wrestling scene in Japan was a revelation. And horrifying too. A horrifying one actually to some extent, because they're crazy. The Japanese women wrestlers, at least especially in the 90s, were insane. Oh gods. So to some extent, yes. to some extent, yes, it is a low art form because it appeals to the more carnal and base desires within our minds. You know, in some ways, pro wrestling is simple. The storylines have to be simple. It can't be anything that crazy. If not, it'll just. If not, you might as well make a film. You know. And it can't be too conservative either. If not, then the pro wrestling matches will look too basic, and all the pro wrestling matches will look too samey. You know. But at the same time, that doesn't mean it can't touch your hearts in ways that few other events can. The whole saga for Kofi Kingston's journey to become a WWE champion absolutely touched the nerve with a lot of people, and there was, in some ways, some level of social commentary as well. Manami Toyota, holy shit, Alina, you know Manami Toyota? Holy Toledo, I was not expecting to see her name here. Holy Toledos. Poppy, Luna, the list goes on. Absolutely, absolutely. Wow, Fakri, very good, very good. So it can be simplistic when the presentation can be simplistic, but that does not mean it cannot touch your heart or embolden you in ways that, as much as films or dramas, you know. I'll always remember the Flair heel quote from Mick Foley's book. There are three real sports. Ancient man either ran for his life, swam for his life, or fought for his life. Interesting. Kofi Mania was great. The aftermath, though, I mean, I would actually argue that the aftermath, like after, he had a great little run. He had multiple defenses that were great. Again, it all goes back to Vince McMahon. It all goes back to Vince McMahon and his decision making. Don't get me started on this on Vince McMahon right now. Oh gods. Yoink. Am I really late? Well, it is 12:35 right now, and I started 2.5 hours ago. Kind of. But welcome, Nexton. Welcome. You're not late at all. You're late at all. Would you like a drink? Apologies for the headphones. They fell off, and I decided to specify if I keep them on right now. I had a bit of a sneezing fit a moment ago. But let me get you a drink, Nixon. Do let me know what would you like. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. This topic. I decided to put this here because I know this is going to be a big part of introducing pro wrestling to people. Because I know this is going to be a question that everyone will ask: how to become a pro wrestler? Don't. Why do I say this? A drink. Herbal tea? Oh, easy. All right. One herbal tea. Order up. There you go. I do hope you enjoy. Let me get my headphones back up. So, why do I say don't become a professional wrestler? Professional wrestling is one of the most difficult things to do in the world. It is one of the most unrewarding things to do in the world. Success rate for this, depending on what your definition of success is low. Pro wrestling is hard. If you don't believe Corn, ask Kurt Angle himself. I wasn't even thinking of good old Kurt Angle. Your risk, like literally the worst case scenario is death. Literally the worst case scenario is death. It is so dangerous. It is so dangerous. And I'm not even, and the thing is, even if it was a relatively safe thing, the fact is, to become a pro wrestler, to train as a pro wrestler, if you don't do this, in my personal opinion, and in fact for a lot of pro wrestling coaches' opinion, if you don't do this long term, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. If you can do it and treat the training, then go for it. Nope. Even then, no. Because I have seen, because a lot of people go into pro wrestling because they love pro wrestling. Well, let me tell you, one of the worst things for a pro wrestling fan to do is to become a pro wrestler. Because a lot of what you might romanticize up and love about pro wrestling will be ruined because of pro wrestling. Because if you practice it, you're going to learn about the behind the scenes things about it. I had a few things that were shattered to me when I became a pro wrestler, let me tell you. I say Kurt Angle is that he's an amateur wrestler, and he himself said that pro wrestling is hard. Yes. So he had to learn a lot of things, relearn a lot of things, you know. Because in some ways, amateur wrestling, you are obviously, it is combat, but you try to avoid danger. In some ways, pro wrestling, you are throwing yourself to the danger. Most would say don't go for it if you're in it for the money. Absolutely. You don't go in. If you go into this for the money, you're doing this wrong. You are doing this wrong. There's very little money going to pro wrestling. I'll be very honest with you. Very, very little money. Chances of you getting into the bigger companies that can offer a full-time job. Well, even those big companies, even that full-time job might not pay very well in the first place. Like for me, a great question I actually asked my fellow professional wrestlers is, what's your day job? You know, I love to ask this question to my fellow pro wrestlers, because I find that even more fascinating than pro wrestling itself sometimes. Like, how do you sustain yourself? And by doing pro wrestling as your job long term, you're going to see the darker side of pro wrestling that you might not see as a fan. And some of that dark side can be fucking ugly. There is a reason why there is such as a thing called the Dark Side of the Ring. It's a show made by the Vice Network. It's a great documentary series that shows out the darker side of professional wrestling. And there's a reason why they can keep pumping out episode after episode after episode after episode after episode. There's, like I said, VTubing has skeletons in its closet. Pro wrestling has closets full of skeletons. A lot of it, there's a lot to endure when you're a pro wrestler. A lot of it's not nice. A lot of it is great, don't get me wrong. It is a joy to perform to the crowd. It is a joy to practice this craft. It is a joy for the opportunities that I have made for myself. But there is a lot of ego. There is a lot of danger. There is a lot of pain and suffering. I would know. My hospital bills would know. My physiotherapist would know. They've heard me shit that I will not tell you guys, let me tell you. I guess if you live in the 90s, pro wrestling might be a good job for getting money. But now, What, you think it was a good job back then? You think in the 90s it was a good job? I'm sorry, but even for the bigger pro wrestlers, even for the more well-known pro wrestlers in the 90s, not necessarily. Obviously, we're talking about the main attractions, the big stars, like The Undertaker, The Rock. They're making millions. They're making millions easy. But for the guys in the mid-card, for guys who are the jobbers, most of the people, nope. I'd argue, though it's a lively atmosphere now, though pro wrestlers are taking care of themselves. I mean, I'm glad for that. It was a good job. Exactly, Ref Ryan. Like I said, fans, I know fans are clued into a lot of things. Absolutely, I'm not going to discredit that the pro wrestling fans, especially those that really love pro wrestling, know a good bit about this. Unless if you actually do this, like how Ryan and I do this. No, you don't actually know. You don't actually know the full extent of it. But I will admit though, I am glad that. Oh, I thought my VTS paused there for a second. I will admit now that I am very glad that pro wrestlers are now taking better care of themselves. In the 90s and the eras before that, yes, there was a rockstar attitude where yes, maybe there was more money to be made because it was the attitude era, but a lot of them had lived the rockstar lifestyle when they weren't living the rockstar life, when they weren't living like rock stars. No, they were living like pro wrestlers, but they were living the rockstar lifestyle, and you see the effects to this day. I remember. I don't quote me on this. I remember there was a podcast that tried to do a like a pro wrestler bell. And what I mean by this bell is that they will announce this bell when there was a pro wrestler that is unfortunately passed on. I think they had to stop that little segment in your podcast series because there were too many pro wrestlers that passed on. Too many. It became a little bit too tragic. A lot of them started to drop like flies, sad to say. Well, for getting money in the 90s because pro wrestling was mainstream. Yes, there was money to be made for a lot of them. For most of them. But it's a fair argument. Living fast and loose. Yep, living very fast and loose. I'm glad that back then, I'm glad that now, there is more care taken to us. You know, we understand the body a bit better. We understand how to take care of ourselves better. We understand that we need time. If we need time off, we need time off. There's no arguing that. You know, like I'm glad that that physiotherapy is a more known thing to us now. You know, like there was an incident. There was an incident in AEW recently where one of the biggest stars got knocked out cold. The referee called off the match. I know for a fact in the past, that wrestler might have gone up and like continued on with the match actually. But no, they had to stop. That had to stop. Pro wrestlers now play video games and hang with other wrestlers. They help others. Yes. I would actually in the past. Okay, here's a bit of a dirty secret. That's not actually dirty, but it was seen as dirty. Pro wrestlers are gigantic ass geeks. Even in the 90s to some extent. Booker T played video games in the 90s. But because there was a whole machismo thing, going on, that, you know, still is present in modern day wrestling, but it was especially apparent back then. That created a very toxic culture. These days, because a lot of pro wrestlers went into pro wrestling because they were pro wrestling fans first, so they were more on the geeky side. Guys, there are some gigantic ass weeaboos in WWE and AEW right now. You have no idea. Hell, in New Japan Wrestler, there's a pro wrestler named by the name of Great O-Khan who openly is a huge fan of Sakura Miko. He sent a congratulatory video to her at actually 2 different occasions, if I'm not wrong. It's hilarious how much of a fan he is. Now, with that being said, if this gigantic ass don't still doesn't dissuade you, then we can talk. If you're still determined to be a pro wrestler in spite of me telling you to not to be a pro wrestler, then we can talk. I might get into a stream about this in the future. But this caveat of don't will be a big part of that stream. Kenny Omega wearing a Kirito coat lives rent free in my head. He cosplayed as fucking Sans in AEW recently. Okay. Didn't he have a finishing move based on Uzura Subaru? Not a finishing move, a signature move. It was called the Uzura Subaru style. No, the Subaru style Sheep Killer. I should do that move one day. I should do that move. It's a great move. It actually makes sense for me to do it. Actually. Yeah, he literally went Shapa! In a New Japan Pro Wrestling match and cranked was it Homura? No, not Homura. Honda. Honma's neck. He bent his back and his neck. Great technique. In fact, he learned that technique from Subaru-san himself. It was hilarious. So yeah, if this doesn't stop you, then yeah, then we can talk. Okay, finally, we get to my first ever match. You guys want to watch it? There we go. Okay, my first ever pro wrestling match. Now, this is in my PW. And technically, to those who know me for a long time will know that this is technically not my first ever match. My first ever match was in AWE. And I don't consider that my first ever official match anymore. Let's go watch along. Yes. Just so we're clear here, I've gotten permission from management to air this. I don't even think there's actually proper footage of this actually. Like this is not even on the MyPW channel. This was in fact filmed by my opponent's relative actually. You'll see who in due time. So the video quality is not perfect, but it's decent for what this is. And I've gotten permission from MyPW management to show this. So they are well aware of this. So there should be no issues for me. This. Can I be like Melsa? If you wish to rate it, be my guest. But just keep in mind, this is my debut match. I consider this my first ever proper wrestling match. We were both new at the time. And it's not a very long match either. But I'm proud of this match. And I'll show you why. Alright, let's go. Oh, actually, let me do this. There we go. Boom. Referee's on. And that's me in my old outfit, the black mask. Yes, the old shake the hand thing. Oh man, this brings me back. I need to do that again. I need to do more of that. You guys follow along? You guys follow along? Even back then, I was a mean SOB. Fun fact, I entered, like, you see this vest and tie thing? That's how I entered. Yes, Wonder Boy used to be known as JY Eagle. I remember that leapfrog. Oh god. That was so fucking rough. Factory, were you there in this crowd? Back scratch. Oh, I used to do that. I forgot I used to do that. Oh, this I still do. See. Oh god, I could have exited that better. I forgot there were people saying that in this video. Hogan finger point to a back. It was not a Hogan finger point. Ooh, that impact to it. I like it. Oh, I forgotten that I used to do that. This was so long ago. I was still a very new wrestler back then, so I was still a bit rough on the edges. That's actually a good little move to do. Oh, oopsie daisy. There we go. Oh, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? I'll explain what happened then after the match. I love the live feed in the background. Quite a feel, isn't it now? Wow, this brings me back. Oh god, I still have those black tights to this day. Ooh, that slap. That cover. This is giving me Bryan Danielson's first match in the WWF vibes. Don't compare me to the Danielson, please. Oh, a butterfly lock. I have not. Oh wow, I haven't done a butterfly. I haven't done the full Nelson in a while. Kuwashita, Fakri, were you there? Were you there for this? The Malaysian crowd is very supportive. I really have to give them props. Oh, he used to do this. I forgot that. I don't think he does that anymore, actually. Oh, here comes the big moment. Will he do it? Will he do it? Will he do it? And he does. Oh, look at me. Look at cheeky little me. Oh, you might have seen this clip quite a few times. I like to show that clip pre-debut for sure. Nope. Ah, yes, my first ever finisher. Call me low. Come on, Cornelius low. I don't know why Johan, the announcer, just called me just call me low for some reason. Yeah, there you go. Oh, oh. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to charge my phone. Luckily, it's attached to the cable. I give it 2.75 out of stars. Good finish and great crowd. Thank you. Obviously, I wasn't doing anything crazy. We weren't doing anything crazy. Well, I say that, but GY Eagle like did a bloody moonsault. So that was my first ever match officially, and I'm proud of this. Why am I proud of this? Well, we did our jobs. We got the crowd to react. They could clearly tell who was the bad guy, who was the good guy, who they wanted to support, who they wanted to cheer. And we had some nice spots that actually got the crowd going. I believe that JY Eagle, now called Wonder Boy, did the first ever moonsault in Malaysia. So, there's a lot to be proud of in this match. I'm personally still very proud of this match. Obviously, there were things that were not perfect. For instance, I don't mind shedding some light on this. Let me get to it. Okay, let's see now. Okay, let me get to this. Okay. Let me just get to some parts of it. There's some parts I might actually want to bring back, actually. For instance, that little, the hammer on the neck thing. I haven't done that in a long while. I should bring that back. Been lurking here for a while. Really cool stream. Hope you achieve your dreams. Thank you so much. Average ball enjoyer. Would you like a little drinky drink? Do let me know. Nah. So, let me get to the part where I don't know. Okay, was it? Can you tell where Wonder Boy messed up? I'll just tell you right now. So this is where he messed up. He was supposed to go for a springboard, but he fell. I don't know what happened. He's usually very consistent with it, even back then, but he just fell there. And I had to cover for him. By how? I punched him in the gut, basically. It's a fight. We gotta keep the fight going. And in this match, I basically just really demonstrated. We both clearly demonstrated very different things. He was the high flyer. I was the grappler. He was trying to do his high-flying shenanigans on me. I grappled him down. The springboard move, yeah, pretty obvious enough. But hey, so that's part of the job, actually. We have to work things on the fly. It's a live show. So we have to, adapt on the fly. I'll take a coffee sip before I fall asleep at my desk. Let me see. Okay, here you are. Here's a coffee for you. And it's a Christmas themed coffee too. Slippery rope. Was the rope slippery? A little bit, but not too bad. I honestly, it was Wonder Boy's fault. Alright, here you are. Okay, order up. Enjoy, my good sir. Enjoy. I don't usually see the problem the first time, but when you rewatch it, it becomes clear. Yes, indeed, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. That's usually the case for pro wrestling fans. As pro wrestlers, yes, it is our job to be able to spot this sort of thing pretty quickly. But just like magic, we have to learn how to hide things sometimes. Yes. I just realized that I'm going real long here. I'll just get to two more points. Arigatanks, not a problem. Hope you enjoy that your cup of coffee. Okay, I'll just get to two more points. Okay, you see this convoluted as a submission. This is not the Python trap, by the way. In fact, let me see. Okay. This submission that you see here, this is my first ever finisher called the Pentagram Choke. Do you usually rewatch your matches? No. No, I don't. I'm particularly proud of this. I've been in some that I have been very proud of, but I don't typically rewatch. Maybe after the event, I watch it once or twice to just rehash and to see what I've learned. But I don't like go back to it. If I want to watch some good matches, I'll go watch things from New Japan or AEW or WWE even, and maybe even some other Southeast Asian wrestling. I do watch Southeast Asian wrestling because there have been some absolute bangers. I would love to react and analyze some matches from Southeast Asia, but for that to happen, I need to talk to a lot of folks. And I give no guarantees. Despite me watching wrestling for so long, I don't know most wrestling moves. I just like the spectacle, and absolutely nothing wrong with that. If there are some folks that tell you, "Oh, why don't you know this move? I thought you were a wrestling fan." Fuck them. Give him the metaphorical middle finger by just smiling and saying, yeah, and just do your own thing. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy it the way you want to, as long as you're not breaking the rules, that is. Wrestling is truly bad for me when it's boring. I agree. It's our job to make sure it's engaging, even when it seems like there's a lull, There's a time and place to slow the pace down. But even when the pace is slow, that doesn't mean it should be boring, That's for sure. Like, for example, I was doing a lot of grappling here, but I like to think that it's not on the slow-ish side, where it's still engaging. I might be putting on a hold here and just like I might be putting on a hit lock, but that doesn't mean there's nothing going on with the hit lock, Let me see if I can bring up this up. Okay, so basically this might seem really, really difficult to look, but if I were to compare this and my newest latest finishing move, let me see. I should be able to pull up from here. I thought I had it. Where is it? Oh. Oh, okay. I'll show this because this is actually I will just show a little appreciation for Wonder Boy. Why? Okay, it's this video. Just hold on, let me just do this very quickly. Okay. So, this is Wonder Boy now. So yes, he used to be known as JY Eagle, but now he's Wonder Boy. I don't know how obvious this is, but he is bulked up big. He has bulked up so much. Like, when you see him there, he is quite undersized. He was skinnier than me, but now I believe he's 20 kilos heavier than me now. He's 20 kilos heavier than me. He has put on so much size that actually legitimately carrying him now is a little difficult for me. I can carry him, but just maneuvering him around my body is tough now. My goodness. Whew. Oh. Apologies, I just realized, okay, I can put back the BGM now. Okay. Let me put this aside now. I think, let me just check something very quickly. One second, folks, 1 second. Oh, I know what's happening. Why am I not showing my stuff? Ah, okay. Well, never mind this. We can go to, let's see. All right, we can come back here now. Okay. All right, we're nearing the end, folks. Let me just get to get to the Maros, shall we? And if you have any questions, now is the time to ask it, folks. Now is the time to ask it. Okay. So, first up, first Maro. What's your favorite signature and finisher moves? Mine. But that's a cop-out answer. But it's the real answer. But if I were to give like a more cutesy answer, I suppose, if you're talking about signature moves, let's see now. I do enjoy. Let's see. Signature moves. If you're talking about other people's signature, what about kayfabe? Another time, or never. Like I said, Penn and Teller. So, what are some signature moves that I really like? Okay. Signature moves. Okay, here's a good one. I wish I could do this. Or rather, I should really invest the time into developing this move. But a spinning wheel kick. You guys know a spinning wheel kick? So Owen Hart does this a lot. A lot of high flyer wrestlers love to do this. In fact, a lot of big wrestlers actually are able to do a spinning wheel kick. So it's the one where you jump in the air and both your legs spin like a wheel vertically. Beautiful move, actually. In fact, some people actually do a top rope variation, like a top rope spinning wheel kick. Devastating. I adore a spinning wheel kick. I know a lot of people love the drop kick, but for me, it's a spinning wheel kick. I suppose I have to give a shout out to the step up enziguri. That's the one flashy kick that I do, and I really enjoy that. Ooh, spinning wheel kick. That's a shout. Yes. Enziguri. Yes. Or enzuigiri. But I consider both pronunciations valid. As opposed to the one Malachi Black. No. The one that Malachi Black does is the Black Mass. That's a spinning hook kick. The spinning wheel kick is where you jump and then you twist your body sideways so your legs are vertical, are pointing upwards basically, and they come crashing down on the person. So that's different. The spinning wheel kick is very much a pro wrestler move, so to speak, as opposed to a more martial artsy move that Malachi does. As for finisher moves, I'll name one wrestling move, one slam move, and then a submission move, just because I love me submission moves. As opposed to for slams, or a non-submission move, I love a classic pile driver. I wish it was used more as a finisher these days, but a classic pile driver is amazing. Is it like the Rob Van Dam? I believe Rob Van Dam does use a spinning wheel kick. Okay. Just to humor you folks, I guess I could always just take a screenshot of it so you know exactly what I'm talking about. I suppose I could use some visual reference here. Dang, I'm getting a lot of MMA variations of this. Why? I don't want the MMA variation of it. Pro racing about style and class rather than the intention of hurting someone, right? No, we're trying to win the bloody match. Of course, obviously we're trying to hurt our opponents. Any good still images? Any good still images of spinning wheel kicks? I'm not getting very good still images at all, actually. But okay, just YouTube spinning wheel kick. That you should see some good examples of it. Sweet chin music for me. Too bad everyone uses it as a normal move. I see. I love the classics. I see. It's one of those things where, okay, the thing with the sweet chin music and moves that and finishers that are simple to do is that this greatly depends. For example, and I'll be very honest here, the rock bottom and the stone cold stunner, they're not difficult moves to do, but there's a reason why you see these wrestlers do it in the bigger companies, and why indie wrestlers will use more complex moves as a result. Alright, maybe I'm thinking too WWE. No, not at all, actually. After all, like I said, pro wrestling, Nick, is a show. But I do like to talk about it in a more competitive context, don't I now? Look, I'm a pro wrestler. I can't help but mess with folks about this. I know the lines between show and reality is blurred, and it's my job as a pro wrestler to sometimes keep that ambiguous. Gotta love a good power driver though. Okay, so what about submission finishers? Let's see now. I really like Mick Foley's Dude Loves Sweet Shin music. He did it for a reason and led to his finisher, the double underhook DT. That's a good one. What are some submission finishers that I adore? Let's see now. I don't do this myself, but the stunner is used by many people, but Steve Austin is the best in using it. Well, he's the one that popularized it, didn't he? Now he's the one that popularized it. Therefore, that's the case. Fame does that to you. Fame does that to a lot of people. Let's see. What's the finisher that I mentioned again? Oh, okay. The octopus hole. The octopus hole is an absolutely fantastic one to do. Absolutely. Crossface. Yes. Actually, yes. No, you're right. I actually adore the crossface, actually. Great move. You can do a lot of variations with it. The ankle lock is perhaps the stunner of submissions. Easy to pull off and crowd can easily recognize it. Well, Grayson Waller is good at it though. The crossface or the stunner? Because his version of the stunner is crazy. His version of the stunner involves literally jumping into the ring with a roll and then jumping up and then grabbing them for a stunner. It's a mad move. Gotta love the stunner. Classic move. Oh, and whatever the hell Zack Sabre Jr. does. I have a lot of opinions about Zack Sabre Jr., the submission master of New Japan Pro Wrestling. Now, if I want to learn some crazy ass move, I actually would legitimately look at Zack Sabre Jr. Waller with the stunner move. Yes. His role in a stunner move. Insane stuff. So I do enjoy looking at ZSJ submissions. Sometimes it's a bit much, but oftentimes, it's amazing. Okay. Tesco meal deal. Yes. I think that's part of the fun with his pro wrestling submission finisher moves. The names can get wild. Okay. Let's move on to the second Maro. If I want to try wrestling, where should I start in Malaysia and how to join them? First of all, don't. That's the first thing. Don't. But Ref Ryan, if you wish to can you list off a couple of ZSJ submission names? Just list off a little bit. Okay. Okay, if you really want to, in spite of all that I've warned you about, Malaysia Pro Wrestling or APAC Wrestling. Both I I'm obviously more involved with my PW, so I can talk a little bit more about my PW. My PW's current coach is Carlo Cannon. Legitimately one of the world's best pro wrestling coaches. He has coached people that is, well, involved with WWE right now, actually. And he's coaching some folks that has huge potential. Obviously, Eman Azman is one of them. And I know the lads that are actually involved with coaching in Malaysia. They are basically coaches by proxy to Carlo Cannon. And yeah, it's great. We are my PW is currently rebuilding its roster. There's some folks that are really doing well, and the coaching is very consistent there. APAC Wrestling is the head coach is obviously Shaukat. I believe he's being consulted by Booker T actually, so he's got that going for him. Absolutely. And mind you, the majority of what I've learned, and for most of the Malaysian wrestlers, what they've learned is from Shaukat. And yeah, I hope this doesn't get me into trouble, but a lot of what Eman learned and why he actually got such a good start in pro wrestling in the first place in Melbourne was because he learned a lot from Shaukat. You know? Well, here's one of them. Hurrah! Another year. Surely this one will be better than the last. The inexorable march of progress will lead us all to happiness. That's the full name of one of his submissions, by the way. It's hilarious. I love it. I just call mine either, the pentagram choke, the royal python trap. No, that's about it. That's about it. I'm a humble lad. I'm a humble uptown lowlight, my fellow fellows. So these are two options. Or I'm again, or if you're talking about, and I am assuming, admittedly, that you are Malaysian. But let's say if you're someone else, double armbar octopus as a whole. That one, easy. Shaka was also influenced by Dr. Tom Pritchard. What do you mean? What do you mean influenced? He's mentored by Dr. Tom Pritchard. I believe they still communicate to this day. So let's say if you're in Southeast Asia, reach out to your local pro wrestling school / company. Reach out to them. Ask them questions. Ask them questions before you just willy-nilly join, Then we'll see. Then you'll know for sure if this is really the right thing for you, There's nothing wrong in backing out after a little while. No shame in that at all. Because this is hard. This is very hard. Okay, let's move on to the third Maro. Aside from wrestling, any other martial arts you've practiced before, and what's your experience on it? Also, how do I kind of find and register for one? Sakurozawa. Yeah, I think I know who this is. Okay. Well, I mentioned about how to find and register for one already. So martial arts. Some of you might know actually that I used to do a bit of MMA, and in particular Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu actually. So that's how I developed my grappling style actually, from doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu actually, which is why I really favor grappling from the very beginning, because of my experience in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I actually used to, and also MMA as well, in fact. I guess it's optional for pro wrestlers to also know MMA. Completely optional. Completely optional. You could know zilch about MMA and do very well in professional wrestling. Most pro wrestlers don't know anything about MMA. I know some pro wrestlers came from MMA background. Absolutely. But not all of them. Not all of them. It's a great base because you learn how fighting actually is. You will learn a lot of techniques. You will learn realism. But there's a lot that's also very different. Very different. Great base to have. Great starting off point. But there's a lot to unlearn as well. That's for sure. I had a previous martial art before MMA, but do I want to say it? In fact, this is the first time I'm ever admitting it, actually. First ever time. I used to do ninjutsu. I've had people comment before that my roles, when they're not being shitty, when I do my roles in the ring, I can be borderline silent for it. It can sound so incredibly quiet, and that is because one of the things that we used to do in ninjutsu is rolling on solid ground, on the floor. Sometimes it's dirt, but more often than not, it's a wooden floor. So that's why my roles are halfway decent when I started off in professional wrestling. And in fact, the ninjutsu that I learned really focused on grappling as well. Think Aikido. I sort of think Aikido. So I bring that experience to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and to professional wrestling as well. So yeah. Yes, Ref Ryan. Yes, I know. I have not admitted this to anyone. I did not admit this to anyone in professional wrestling. Just because it's such an out there martial art, actually. I can't believe I got into it at all. I got into it, yes, mainly because of the whole ninja subculture thing. Ninja phase back in the 90s. Well, it was a thing. I very much was a child in the 90s. I can't believe I just admitted this on stream. Gods. I hope this doesn't bite me in the ass. It might actually explain as to why I enjoy being a masked wrestler, actually. The whole idea of secrecy and espionage. Not gonna lie, when I heard ninjutsu, I think of Ninjago. Wow, ninjas. Yes. So, yes. The martial arts of ninjas. That's what it is. So, my sensei was someone that learned this from someone from Japan. So there was a direct lineage, actually. Ninjutsu just reminded me of Ninja Gaiden. Great game. Not that I've ever played before. Apparently it's a super difficult game, so I might not get into it. Should I play a Ninja later game in the future? Isn't it strange? Ref Ryan, that I legitimately learned ninjutsu for close to a decade. Yet I do not associate with ninja stuff anymore, actually. Maybe the whole mask thing, but even then, it's a different kind of mask, isn't it now? Whew, I've been going on and on. Is there anything else for me to cover? Let me just check if anyone sent any extra Maros. I don't think they did. I don't think anyone else did. Nope. We're good, folks. Oh well. That just about covers it for it. This is supposed to be an introduction to pro wrestling. And from here on out, now I can open up some other topics, All sorts of things. So I hope you guys have. Oh, apologies. Do you guys have any other questions? I need to hit the loo a little bit right now. But if you have any questions, please do write out in the chat. I'll gladly answer it for you. You should try Ninja Gaiden Trilogy. Good game. I'll get into that. I'll strongly consider it for sure. All right. Let me head to the loo very quickly. And I'll wait you guys' questions. One moment, please. Yes, I hope it's not diarrhea. All right, be back soon. Well, Elena, why don't you throw your questions right now? Alright, I am back. I am back. Okay, let's see now. Okay. Okay. I hope maybe viewers will also join in the fun of the Q&A. Okay. Maybe I can definitely strongly consider doing just a dedicated Q&A stream just about pro wrestling. I could do that. Okay, favorite wrestlers, favorite stipulations, favorite matches, pet peeves in wrestling. What is your greatest experience as a wrestler? Oh, good lord, Alina, you are popping off. I have to think more. Oh dear. Okay. Favorite wrestlers. I'm not going to name all of them. I plan to do a 3x3 stream one day. If you know what that is, that's basically where it's like this is more of an anime thing, right? I've learned this from anime, where because it's impossible to name your one favorite anime, so you name 9. That should be a nice little number to cover it all, especially in this day and age of oversaturation. So 2 I'll mention right now. They are very, very different. The wrestler that really got me into wrestling, into enjoying wrestling, was Tajiri. So kind of crazy that I actually was in the same event as Tajiri actually a long time ago. So yeah, small that he was a man small in stature, but when he kicked, you feel it. And I remember watching him as a smaller Asian man being quite inspiring. So yes, indeed. As for the wrestler that really, really inspired me now, El Desperado from New Japan Pro Wrestling. In fact, do I still have an image of him right now? I don't think I do, but do I? Let me check very quickly. No, I don't think so. Pity. So yes, El Desperado for New Japan Pro Wrestling. Go Google him. When you see the image of him, you will absolutely understand why I am inspired by him. Favorite stipulations are singles. In fact, no, not the singles. Submissions only. I'm a submission specialist after all. Like even in that match alone, against JY Eagle, I pulled out at least 3 different submission moves. Favorite matches. I mentioned the Becky Lynch Asuka match. I am also an enormous fan of the saga between Kenny Omega and Kazuchika Okada. Definitely. Pet peeves in pro wrestling. Oh, this is a weird one. The referee might know this. The correct type of wristwear. So stupid of me, but yes. The correct type of wristwear. For instance, like this looks great on me. I have tried to wear white before. In fact, wait, let me check something. Let me check something very quickly. Okay. What kind of wrist strap am I wearing here? Okay, I am wearing white here. I have stopped wearing white wrist straps because depending on the camera, sometimes the lights from the theater will be so bright that because I have fairly pale skin, it looks like the wrist straps will blend to my skin. Wristwear, yes, Red Ryan, yes. Wristwear. So that's why I chose black for my wrist straps. It just pops more. The contrast is better. So that way it's easier for the audience to tell. I'm always thinking about what the audience is seeing so that it's clear for them, basically. So when I throw a punch or chop, they can easily see where my arms are. As opposed to it being, a mess of a blinding light, essentially. So I'm like, this happens to me all the time with John Moxley or Dean Ambrose. So when he was Dean Ambrose, he would have these really nice, fully taped up wrists on his hand. Even looks great. And when he debuted as Jon Moxley in AEW, he had no wrist straps at all, like The Rock. And that looked really good on him because he's actually a fairly tall and lanky fellow. And now he wears like just regular wrist tape, white wrist tape, and I don't know, it just looked generic on him. So yes, it's a weird pet peeve, but it's absolutely a thing I get peeved. Choco Milk Tea, welcome. I didn't realize you there. Welcome. Would you like something to drink? Do let me know. What is your greatest experience as a wrestler? My Pentagon Pandemonium match. My Pentagon Pandemonium match. That where it was me, Norfix Diana, Shaukat, Srigala, and Harry Ray. That was the match where Norfix Diana won the MyPW WrestleCon Championship. And to feel that crowd fucking raw when she won that championship, when I was there, was incredible. Yes, I lost. It sucked. But I was there and I was gobsmacked. I remember so clearly. It was hilarious too because I was so gobsmacked that after the match was done, everyone went back. I was like the only wrestler there. And I was like just so stunned. I was like, no, I was like walking like this. I was just sauntering slowly back off. I stared at the crowd and they were like looking at me like, "It's calm down. The match is over. Like, but I was like just so I was just so gobsmacked like this for like minutes upon minutes because I was selling the fact that this is a crazy thing that I'm involved in. Crazy thing. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Hot chocolate milk, you say? Chocolate milk. Funny you should mention that. Let me see now. Do this. Let's see if I have some chocolate milk on me. Let's see. Apologies, I do not have some. I don't have chocolate milk, but I do have boba. Do you have boba? Would you like some boba? Chocolate milk tea? AJ Styles versus John Cena trilogy. I watched them growing up and seeing them finally wrestle made me happy. Okay, lovely to hear. Okay, in that case, order up. Alright, I do hope you enjoy that. You're a wrestling fan yourself, Chocolate Milk Tea. Good choices. My favorite is Shawn Michaels, but right now Bryan Danielson is climbing up the ranks. Absolutely, in fact, Bryan Danielson is one of my guys. Absolutely. Like, I have a list of guys. I'll talk about my 2x3 in the future stream for sure. I might want to rope in some pro wrestlers actually. We'll see. Actually, I have Ref Ryan here. Talking about shut up, Ref Ryan. We don't talk about that. On this day, I see clearly. Edge. 3 more questions. Whew, you're on fire, Alina. No, it was no floating boba. It was just hang time. Let's see. Favorite wrestling match of this year? Oh, actually, I have that's a good one. Oh man, there's so many actually. I must admit, I need to rely on recency bias for this because it's the most recent match I watched. It was the Brawling Brutes versus Imperium. That match was incredible. That match was incredible. In fact, in many ways, it felt like a feel-good match actually. Where yes, in the previous thing between Sheamus and Gunther, Sheamus lost, but they sort of avenged it with this 3v3. And God, the story that they told was so simple but so great, you know. So yeah. Admittedly, there's some recency bias going on, but that was a really, really good match. Wrestler of this year. Is it actually Jon Moxley? I think it's Jon Moxley. The man is a workhorse and a half. He's had some. He's been involved in some stellar storylines. He's been the flagship wrestler for AEW. No wait, actually. Or could it be MJF? Like I said, there's so much wrestling these days that it's so overwhelming. And please understand, I watch more VTubing than wrestling these days. So you can't take my word for law here. I need to make a very big disclaimer that I watch far more VTubing than wrestling these days. But to say that it's either Jon Moxley or MJF, yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assumption to make. Okay, and then one more. You told me to watch some local wrestling. What show would you recommend to me? Okay, I know exactly the match you should watch. You're Filipino, right, Alina? If you're talking about Filipino wrestling matches, there is none other. There is more important than Jake De Leon versus Billy Swade from Revolution X 2017. It's an old match. But it is one of the most important matches in Filipino wrestling history, because this is the match that put local wrestling in the Philippines on the map. It is the one that got people noticing, no, this is what Filipino wrestling should be. This is the match that showed that Filipino wrestlers can be of quality, that can actually put matches that people can be proud of, that actually looked like a pro wrestling match. I won't lie. Before this match, things were a little rough in the Philippines. Hey, what am I doing? Here you go. I'll go back to here. There. It looked a bit rough. Obviously, when you start off, things are a bit rough and tumble. But this was the match. And yes, it is available on YouTube. It is available on YouTube. I just gave you with a timestamp for some reason. But watch it in full. This feels like a full-on epic match. And the crowd reacted accordingly. They went fucking ballistic over it for good reason. I think it's still a match that holds up to this day. It is the match that great, Wonder Boy's here. Hello, Wonder Boy, what do you want to drink? It is the match that got people noticing in the Philippines. Not on a huge scale. But that crowd told other people that, yo, there's some real wrestling going on. And it is so significant. And ever since then, the quality in Filipino wrestling went up and up and up. Oh, you wish for some cocoa? Alright. Ohayo gozaimasu, Cornelius-sama. First time here. Welcome. Apologies. My Nihongo not Jozu. Jozu Denayo. Let me see how to read your name. Google Translate. Don't fail me now. Let's see. Himura Sanzo, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Would you like something to drink? My name is Cornelius, though I'm a professional wrestler turned butler. Yes, yes, yes. So I know a good bit about pro wrestling in that sense. Are you a fan of professional wrestling? Unfortunately, we're coming to the tail end of my stream. You can call me Sanzo-san Cornelius-sama. Please, just call me a Koni. Koni-san is perfectly fine. If you wish to know how to say my name in Japanese, I have my name in katakana. Here you go. I believe your first match was in the MyPW Resurgence event. That match versus me and Wonderboy was MyPW Resurgence. That was in MyPW Resurgence. In Quash Theater. Man, Quash Theater, that brings back memories. I'm satisfied, haha. Thanks for answering. Also, you might want to scroll up. You missed some questions. Did I now? Let's see. Most of your questions were yours, Alina. Best wrestling match for me is Cody versus Seth, Hell in a Cell. Ah, okay, I can see why. Because of the circumstances of the match, yeah, that was crazy. Wrestler of the year is Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is very good. The whole "Are we the ones" thing is very exciting, and absolutely is a huge storyline for sure. But MJF and John Moxley have been carrying AEW in spite of all that's been going on this year for that particular company. Absolutely. Oh my God, Michinoku Pro Wrestling. You know about Michinoku Pro Wrestling? Sanzo-san, my man. You know about Michinoku Pro Wrestling. Holy shit. I would like a highball with a squeeze of lime, please. Oh. Funny you should mention. Wait. Let me check this thing. Let's see. Wait, hold on. No, let me check. Ah! Close enough. The missed question is from Orion. Ask what your work. Oh! Thank you, Elena. Oh my God, Michinoku Pro. Oh, from the north. Wait, that means are you from the north of Japan? Oh man, I used to follow a little bit of Michinoku Pro actually. Good gravy and a half. Hold on. Let me do just a little quick googling here. Okay. Before that, here you go. Here is your highball. With your squeeze of lime, Sanzo-san. All right, order up. Yeah, I do hope you enjoy that. Let's see now. I am Japanese, Cornelius-sama. Australia, I know all the pro wrestlings. I'm quite a big fan of luchadors and, of course, he's strong supporter of Tiger Boss. Oh my goodness! You should have been here earlier, Sanzo-san. I was talking about things like Gato Move, Shinihorn. I mentioned a little bit about Misawa-san, and Kazuchika Okada. My goodness, the Great Sasuke is mad. The Great Sasuke is a madman, I swear. Oh man. I used to watch a little bit about them. They what was that event called? The Star Wars. I'm scared to even answer that. to talk about that Star Wars special event thing. Don't forget Joshi. Yes, I was. Stardom, TGPW. I was just mentioning how there are some actually Malaysian, some Japanese women wrestlers coming down to Malaysia actually to wrestle. Late December actually. People like Maki Ito, and Riho are coming down to Malaysia to wrestle. So very excited for that. Are you going to make it rain, Konde-sama? Make it rain, eh? Make it rain. Let me see. I'm not keeping up with Stardom, but the crossover event with New Japan was awesome. Absolutely, absolutely. Kairi Sane and freaking Mayu Iwatani. Holy shit, what a workhorse those two are. What a workhorse those two are. Let's see, where's my thing? Where is it? Where is it? You're talking about Rain. Oh, here it is. So you're mentioning about Rain, huh? So yeah. I'm trying to play my Rain sound effect, but it's a bit on the low side right now. No, that's thunder. That's thunder right there. So is Michinoku Pro your main base, Sanzo-san? Wait, apologies. Let me just check. Is your name Sanzo? Let me just quick check. Yes, Sanzo-san. Man. Kazuchika Okada-san's Rainmaker. Ah, yes. I do not do the Rainmaker move myself, but I do know how to counter it on all sorts of ways. I'm a submissions wrestler by heart, Sanzo-san. So I know all sorts of ways to counter. I'm surprised more people don't do the Seiyo Inage to counter the Rainmaker. That's for sure. That's for sure. I would love to Seiyo Inage the Rainmaker sometime. Wait. Have you seen? Wait, what was his name? Is it Hakushi? Oh no, sorry. Jinsei Shinzaki. Have you seen Jinsei Shinzaki live before, Sanzo-san? If you guys do not know, Jinsei Shinzaki, or Hakushi as he was known in WWE. He's a Japanese wrestler of enormous stature. He's like a Buddhist monk sort of a fellow, and one of the most stoic fellows, pro wrestlers like in the world, actually in the world. And to say that he is a man mountain. I used to work ringside for New Japan for a bit in the past. We used to work for Michinoku too. Wow. We used to work for... Unfortunately, my parents were so against me drawing the fight in the squared circle. That's unfortunate, but yeah, that like as I've mentioned just now in my stream, he's it's I was literally I actually wrote in my presentation just now. Should people how do I join? How do I become a person? My first answer to that was don't. Because it's dangerous. I totally understand if parents have hesitant for their kids to join pro wrestling. It's a tough world. Even in Japan, right? Even in Japan, to be a full-timer is tough. Wow. So like, what did you work as ringside in New Japan? What did you work as? Jinsei-sama with his Asai Muso. Absolutely, God, for that huge man. That man mountain to do what he does. Wow, guys, check out Jinsei Shinzaki if you can. He is, God, I wish he was like in a bigger promotion, but he's so loyal. That's the thing actually with a lot of Japanese pro wrestlers. For the most part, they are very loyal to their home company. So Shinzaki should have absolutely been involved with more bigger parts, but he is very loyal to Michinoku Pro. In fact, Great Sasuke himself, wanted should have been a bigger thing, but he was he wanted to do more things in the north of Japan, so he founded Michinoku Pro, if I'm not wrong, actually. So it's very rare for people, let's say if you're in New Japan, you stick to New Japan for the most part. So for people like what was his name, that Dragon guy, he was from Dragon Gate to join New Japan. That was a huge deal. for wrestlers to go out of New Japan was a huge deal because the idea of loyalty is massive in Japanese culture. What was his name? He's from Los Ingobernables. He's in Los Ingobernables right now, de Japón. What's his bloody name? What are the members currently? Shingo Takagi. Yes. Shingo Takagi. In Japan, we could try out New Japan Dojo for 3 years, then have to travel overseas for experience, but you start off as an intern. There is no pay for it, so there are a lot of stories of starving rookies. Yes, Shingo-san. Thank you, Ref Ryan. Yes, indeed. Yes, the Young Lion system is a brutal system. I am well aware of it. I've seen some footage. Was it also a big deal when gaijins switched Japanese companies? A little bit less so, but it's considered a big deal for the most part, yes. But I would say less so. So I've heard of stories of some for example, Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega. I think people understood that he went from DDT to Shin Nihon. So it was a big deal, but it was sort of understandable. There is that perception that that gaijins are more mercurial sort. That they are very temporary in Japan, right? Am I correct to say that, Santo-san? So this applies as well for foreign wrestlers, for gaijin wrestlers, where they will stay there and maybe they'll move back to the home country or they'll maybe move somewhere else. So yes, the Young Lion system is very successful, but it's a pretty brutal one. Not everyone makes it. Not everyone does very well. Thelonious Low. What? That comment has no relation to our current conversation right now, Wonder Boy. So yes, I will do more pro wrestling related streams in the future, and one of the topics is 100% going to be centered on Japan alone, because Japanese pro wrestling culture fascinates me. Well, thank you so much for dropping by, Sanzo-san. Thank you so much for sharing. For sharing. Wonder Boy, please do keep on topic if possible. We're having a really nice chat right now. Okay, so how about the workout question? Thank you for keeping me on track, Elena-san. So my workout regime. Honestly, nothing too complicated right now. I basically because of my injuries. So to those who are not aware, I have two major injuries. I have a mid back injury and I would say a lower back injury. No, instead, thank you, Cornelius sama, for being awesome. Psycho! Arigatou gozaimasu. Wow. By the way, what did you said you worked ringside, but what as? Was it as a Young Lion or was it something else, Sanzo-san? So workouts, I basically use my home gym mainly. I mainly use my home gym. I should show it off one day, actually, but it's nothing crazy. It's basically a workout bench, a weightlifting, a weight kit that maxes out at around 50 kilos, and a pull-up bar, and a couple of resistance bands as well, if I so wish. So this may sound basic, but you'll be surprised at how much you can do with that. I actually kept in shape with that in the pandemic era, actually, for the second year. So that was really great help. And I personally focus on a more what's the word? A hypertrophic workout, actually. So that basically means I focus more on the aesthetics and looking toned. Not to say that you can't gain strength through hypertrophy. You absolutely can. Just less as opposed to strength training. So strength training is very, very broadly less reps, heavier weights. Hypertrophic, more lighter weights, more reps. Yes, young lion. We do everything from cleaning to pulling wrestlers back from fights and backstage. Wow, you were a young lion, Sanzo-san. God, that means you're a better wrestler than me. Straight up, you're a better wrestler than me. You were there full time. You lived it. You went through the whole bloody gamut of it. Wow, and your English is excellent. Ego jozu, Sanzo-san. Your English is excellent. My goodness. Very good, very good. That is brutal. Oh my god. Like, I'm sure that Ref Ryan hearing all this is wild to him. Look, he's emojiing right now. You know, we've heard so much stories about the young lion system and from fellow Japanese wrestlers that's some brutal shit. Young lions are amazing. Absolutely, absolutely. So if I did not had these injuries, I would absolutely be doing a mix of strength and hypertrophy. No, I am not. I could not even stand against Tiger Mask rolling so bad. Wait, Sanzo-san. Which Tiger Mask? Which Tiger Mask are we talking about? I'm sure every Tiger Mask's rolling Sobat was brutal. But is there a specific one that you're talking about? So in the I would love to be able to like train like say Wonder Boy, because he would mix strength training and hypertrophy. So some days he will go absolutely full on strength, where like he will go as heavy as possible, train more like a power lifter, and then some days he'll work more on tone actually. But these days, because I hate to say it, but if I try to lift my body weight, I would be limping. From the 1st to the 4th Cornelius-sama, young lions are also practice partners. That's a lot of Tiger Mask to go through. Holy shit. 1st to 4th. Wow. Wow. It must be an honor. And brutal. Wait, so you've trained with the first Tiger Mask? That's Ryan. I think you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not going to get into the details on that, but without saying too much, the first Tiger Mask was in particular... Oh, I've heard the stories. Oh, man. And so... And as opposed to wrestling training, there's definitely... I can sort of almost like take it a little bit easy because I've got my fundamentals down. I got my fundamentals down for the most part, you know. Practicing, I don't have the honor of training under him. Naruhodo. Sanzo-san. Actually, Sanzo-san, tell me, how did you know about me? How did you find out about me? Because, like, let's face it, I'm not a very big name in either VTubing or pro wrestling, you know? This is remarkable. Very, very remarkable. My, what a night. What a night. So, as for so for the most part, because I got my fundamentals down, I can sort of slow things a little bit. But now with with wrestling training getting back on the speed in my PW, I'm definitely learning a few new things now for certainly. So yes, I'm still learning. I'm still a student of the craft. I still go to wrestling training. In fact, I'm probably going coming Wednesday night actually. My goodness. Let me pop a little bit hot. Adding to the question, does the training regime have to do with your style? Like shoot wrestlers practice differently from catch wrestlers? Oh, interesting question. Wait, hold on. Let me... I mean, in general, yes. When you say shoot wrestlers, are you referring to like actual amateur wrestling, Sanzo-san? So yes, whilst I say I'm a submissions wrestler by heart, that's my style for sure. I would say that my training is very similar to I was also a Western style of pro wrestling training. Because when we say catch wrestlers and shoot wrestlers, to me personally, they both refer to shoot wrestlers, like they're actually practicing catch as catch can. Catch as catch can wrestling is the progenitor of pro wrestling, basically. I'm gonna go knock off. Good night, everyone. Good night, Ryan. Have a good sleep. So, but if you're referring to catch wrestling as puroresu, yeah. So, one is an actual combat sports. The other is sports entertainment, show business, a brutal show business, but it's show business. So no, the training regime does not have to do with my style. Pro wrestling is pro wrestling. It is sort of like our choice, right? In order to choose a particular style if we want to. Like think Zack Sabre Jr. Sanzo-san. He deliberately chooses to be a submissions wrestler, even though he absolutely has the ability to be whatever he wants. Same thing with me. No, actually, even before I had my injuries, I wanted to be more of a submissions wrestler. So yes, I'm. That's in case if you're wondering, Sanzo-san, that's one of the reasons why I become a pro wrestler. I'm sorry, why I become a VTuber, because I've got some injuries that does limit me somewhat. I can still wrestle, but I can still wrestle, but I need to be very careful about it and in a limited way. Shoot is full contact with martial arts as base, yes. And catch is grappling oriented. Or maybe this is how we address it in Japan. No. I would say that even in the West, that's how it is as well. That is how it is as well. It's just that I think the term catch wrestling is quite rare these days. It's quite rare. Oh, so Cornelius-sama is a catch wrestler with all the grapples and submissions. Yes. I would say so. Sanzo-san, would you like to watch my first ever pro wrestling match? Yeah, would you like to watch my first ever pro wrestling match? You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. So, just a disclaimer, yeah. It is my first ever match from at least 6 years ago. So, it's not going to be your quality at all. Not to the level of pro wrestling in Japan. But I'm proud of it. And the crowd likes it. So, come. You know what? I can't believe I'm going to repeat this. But we're going to. This is because Sanzo-san's here. But yes, do let me know. How did you find me? Where was that? It's getting late for me. See you, Corn. Have a good night, Elena. Thank you so much for all your questions. And for all your passion in pro wrestling. Alright, here we go. Yes, again. It's a very short match, so nothing crazy. So I'm the guy in the black mask, by the way. Like, I wrestle in a white mask these days. I wrestle in a white mask these days. But this is how I started off. It's like, you know, it's a bit cheaper in that sense. I came from the Velocity Discord. I see. Wow. I was not expecting to be found out from the Velocity Discord server. They are basically a pair of British lads who react to VTuber stuff, and they are a very wholesome bunch. Wonder Boy, are you here? We're watching our first ever match. Oh my god, I just see that footwork. Were you playing a heel in this match, Cornelius? Absolutely. I'm still a heel, a career heel to this day. I just noticed my footwork for the hitlock. Oh god, why was my foot positioned like that? Like I said, this is both our first ever matches, you know? First ever matches. Like, see? Nah. God, that hit scissors was so sloppy. That backflip was not sloppy though. Even back then, there was so much potential with Wonder Boy. Absolutely. Yeah, Ramzan was so loud about that. My goodness. Oh, yeah, my position with that was terrible. Oh, that audience member said, "Jangan bagi referee marah, oi." That meant don't make the referee angry, basically. So I wouldn't say I go as catch wrestling as Zack Sabre Jr., but a little bit. The crowd clearly has their favorite here, and that's the whole point. And those chops could have been better for sure. I intended this might be the Resurgence event, the main event. Wow. What was the main event again? I know the... Oh, was it the Era FM thing? Was it the Era FM thing? I can't recall. Was this the same event that had what was his name? Yes, he did mess up his springboard there. Butterfly lock. What was his name? I can't recall his name. That does the butterfly lock. I can't recall the names. It's been so long. Oh, Matt Scholar versus A something. Versus A something. That match was fire. Lazy pin by me. Lazy pin. Even though you mentioned this is a first match, the chemistry between you both is amazing. You both are selling it fantastically. Ah, you're being too kind. You're being too kind. Abel? No, not Abel. The big guy. The big guy. The guy with the red headband. Oh, he after A5th. Yeah, A5th versus Matt Scholar. Genuinely great match. Great match in my PW history. Sling Blade! Ah, Tanahashi. Low still alive? Yes. We have a viewer here named Sanzo-san, who used to be involved as a young lion in New Japan Pro Wrestling, so that's why I'm showing this a second time. Oh, Sanzo-san, check this out. This is his debut match, and Wonder Boy or JY Eagle could do this. I'm low-key proud of the lad. God, I hope Wonder Boy isn't here to hear me say that. I will admit though, the story that we told here was very clear. The crowd clearly reacted the way we wanted to. Like I said, I'm proud of this match, in spite of its flaws. Yeah, and I am so unrelenting here. I still love doing this. I miss doing this to the referees. Some of the young lions' first matches I hit with the fit of nervousness and missing all the movements and timings left to right. If you did not say anything, I would never knew it was the first match. No, being too nice, Sanzo-san. I've seen what you guys can do. My God, you guys are absolute beasts, you know, in your black trunks. Oh. And I've been a dick to him ever since. Yeah. 30-minute Iron Man match. That was the main event. Yes. Shao Kahn versus Greg Glorious. God, that was a great main event. Great main event. Pity that I remember so clearly. The timer for it, the timer that was supposed to keep track for the minutes was all off actually. Had some issues, but the match itself between Shao Kahn and Greg Glorious was so good. Such a full-on match. It was excellent stuff. My God. Shao Kahn, Sansan, is basically the father of Malaysia Pro Wrestling. He brought Pro Wrestling to Malaysia, and Greg Glorious is one of the owners of a Singaporean pro wrestling company called Grapplemax. So Sanzo-san, do you know Dick Togo? Do you know Dick Togo, Sanzo-san? Dick Togo is considered Greg Glorious's mentor. Greg Glorious literally went to to Vietnam and Japan to train with Dick Togo. You guys know who Dick Togo is? Dick Togo, oh man, he's great. He's involved with Shin Nihon right now, if I'm not wrong. So good for him. So man. So yeah, that's amazing to see. Quite a few Japanese wrestlers actually come down to Singapore and Malaysia actually. Like Tajiri, for example, is coming down in December 20th to wrestle Shao Kahn. I think Masa Takanashi recently was in Singapore actually. Shigeki Sato-san. Wait, you know him as Shigeki Sato-san? Wait. Hold on. Let me check. I know him as Dick Togo. Hold on. Let me just check very quickly. Is that his real name? Is that his shoot name? Oh my God, that is a shoot name. I was not aware. I just know him as Dick Togo. Yes, indeed. So for Grapplemax in particular, they are a Singaporean pro wrestling company that I really like and really respect. And the boss, Greg Glorious, his mentor is Dick Togo. Yeah, so we live in a mad world. Tajiri will be wrestling on the upcoming 10 and 11 December for APEC Wrestling Rise. Exactly, Fakri. Exactly. Thank you for telling me. Did I say it's 20th? 20th is something else. Masa-san finished his match earlier tonight at GP Max. Ah, yes, Masa. Yes. Masa from DDT, I think. Yes, Masa Takanashi. I think Chris Brooks is also here, right? I think. So yeah, wild world that we live in. So the Japanese wrestlers have been actually pretty influential actually in the Southeast Asian scene, just because of the proximity, and we've gone to them for to learn how to properly pro wrestle in that sense. Like for example, Emi Sakura actually from Gato Move came down to Malaysia to wrestle a Joshi here in Malaysia actually. Noor Phoenix Diana, great little match. Chris was here last week. Last week I see. Do you watch SmackDown, bro? A little bit. Also, welcome, Enigma. Welcome, Enigma. Did you just arrive here? Great lad. Great to hear. I'm really happy for him too, because he got to be featured in a Sea-Dog VA a video actually, where he showed Connor what's it like to be a professional wrestler in Japan. So yes, I do watch a little bit of SmackDown. I will admit I don't follow WWE too closely these days because there's so much pro wrestling these days, including the one that I'm involved with. So I don't know if you watched the match just now with Enigma, but I was but I need to keep up with my own pro wrestling in my own backyard. Oh, by the way, I'm not just a professional wrestler. I'm also a VTuber Butler in training as well. Would you like a drink of some sort? Would you like a drink? You let me know. I've technically already been. So just a little recap. I've done like a little presentation about introducing pro wrestling to viewers here actually. So, and I've already done my little analysis of my first ever match. So I'm technically done for the night already, folks. I'm done for the night. So we're on the tail end of it. But if anyone wishes to ask me a couple more questions, I'll just wait on a little more. So yeah, it's crazy how much wrestling there is these days, you know. Especially if you want to like follow the indie scene. God, there's so much. There's so many pro wrestling companies. Even following the big ones alone is already overwhelming. Hell, even following just WWE alone is already overwhelming. Raw, SmackDown, NXT. I guess maybe NXT UK in the past, but that's no longer a thing. So even these three things alone is already so overwhelming. Yes, Referee Ryan's right. And feel free to rewatch the VOD if you just joined in. Thank you so much for that, Ref Ryan. Let's see. Let me just check something very quickly. Also, folks, if you do not mind, do you aspire to be a catch wrestler like the legendary Jushin Thunder Liger, Cornelius? I can really see your style being so close to his... No, please, Sons of Sun, please don't compare me to Jushin Thunder Liger. Oh my god, no. I do see my style being fairly close to his. Okay. You're going to think I'm such a mark for saying this, San. The wrestler that I emulate the most after is El Desperado. Thunder Liger-san is a great inspiration to a junior heavyweight like myself. But he is a great catch wrestler, absolutely. But I see my style being a little bit different from his absolutely. I'm a little bit more like El Desperado. Maybe not the whole deathmatch part of him, but the swagger, the charisma, the promo, obviously the catch wrestling. Yeah, I take after El Desperado 100%. Obviously, he's not a VTuber like myself. But like I said, I'm slowing down a little bit with the whole pro wrestling. I'm back. But I still do a little bit of pro wrestling. In fact, maybe later this month I might be going down to Singapore actually to wrestle. Great stuff. Great stuff. If you want to, Sanzan, you should check out some wrestling from Southeast Asia. We have some hidden gems. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to link SPW. I can't believe I'm linking SPW. Let's see, what's a good one? That's good. Oh, actually, this is a good match. Jeez, there's so many. I'll just link SPW in general. There. Yeah, there you go. So there's some great matches here. Some that actually has Japanese wrestlers going up against Southeast Asians actually. Edo Desperado, we know him as Kyosuke Kami-san. I will let him know about this stream. I see him again. Sanzo-san, please do not lie to me. You know El Desperado? What? Sanzo-san, I'm sorry. I cannot believe you. El Desperado, you know him? You don't have to tell him no about this, you know. You don't have to. I'm trying to be a VTuber here for a reason. I'm trying to still be me without having to become a pro wrestler because I don't know if I can continue this on for, you know, in the later years, you know. I'm trying to like take care of myself in that sense. I'm very flattered. I'm really super flattered. Even if I am no longer with Nishin Nihon, we are constantly visiting the dojo and arena. If this is not true, I will not hold against you, Sanzo-san. But if this is true, arigatou gozaimasu. Wow. You have to understand, Sanzo-san. El Desperado has been someone that I've looked up to and have greatly admired for many years now. To see him finally win the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion was something I didn't thought was possible in my lifetime, but he finally did it. He is someone that I have looked up to and studied and learned from on how to be the wrestler that I am. I can't believe I'm talking about one of my favorite wrestlers right now. Holy crap. Holy shit. What? Oh god. I know that the Great Okan is a huge fan of VTubing. I don't know if El Desperado-san is a fan of VTubing or not. I don't know what he will think of me as a pro wrestler becoming a VTuber. This is a weird thing, okay? I will admit it's very strange for a pro wrestler to become a VTuber because, you know, because you have to devote your life to do this. Like I said, to become a pro wrestler is a long-term thing. Even for me to debut like that against JY Eagle, you know, that was more than a year's efforts just to debut, you know. Oh, alongside Yoshinobu Kanemaru-san as a tag team partner. Yes, I know them very well. Yoshinobu Kanemaru as well. Holy shit, those two are amazing. Gods, I was so pleased to see them actually wrestle in AEW actually, you know? It was so good. The crowd actually knew who El Desperado was. That was so gratifying. That was so amazing to see that they knew who El Desperado was, you know? Gods. You know where I actually first saw El Desperado? You know where I actually knew about him before I even knew about this. Gods, I know I'm being such a fucking mark right now, okay? I know I'm being such a fucking... I don't know if you know what the term mark is, Sanzo-san. But if there's any time for me to be a fucking mark right now, it's this! As a VTuber of all bloody things. I first watched and knew about El Desperado from WCPW. Let me just check it. Let me just link it right now. So this is where I learned about him. And I thought, my good God, what an absolute heel. As a Japanese wrestler, actually. And I thought he was so good in this, actually. He was so good at this. Oh my God, don't oh my God, low me. Okay? I'm a VTuber. I'm right now a VTuber, okay? So I can be a bit of a fanboy, okay? It's not strange to be a fanboy from a VTuber to other shit. Oh, you meant WCPW? Yes. Exactly. Legitimately, that's where I first saw him, and he was really good as a heel too. Legitimately, because like he was like you don't see Japanese wrestlers being that heelish, but he has such great character work back then, you know. God, it's crazy. It is crazy. What a world we live in. You also do your best in the ring, Konyo-sama. I would cheer you all the way here from here in Japan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming by here, Sanzo-san. What a world. What a world we live in. Okay. I'll remove my blush now. Okay. It's 2:30 a.m. I'm supposed to have a morning stream late. Actually. Okay. I'm going to go off now, guys. It's time. It's time I end the stream. So hopefully, I can do like maybe at least one pro wrestling related stream every week. Next week, spoiler alert, guys, I'll be finally playing WWE 2K22. So we're gonna get into it, maybe explore the game a little bit, focus a little bit on the single player before we really mess around and stuff. So all right, I'm finally gonna go off, everyone. Okay, arigatou gozaimashita, everyone. そして Otsuro mina. What a world we live in.